Try it again. Hello everyone, welcome back to Laurence Plays, where this time I've clicked the correct microphone button. Hello, it is Wednesday, so it is time to play some more Foundry, where I am currently waiting for this gigantic building, in fact not just this gigantic building, but also this gigantic building, to actually get finished. And my dutiful, hard-working little yellow guys are, well, dutiful and hard at work over here, but they've run out of concrete, or rather I've run out of concrete, which means they've run out of building materials, which means these aren't really coming together all that well. I can come over here and I can boot this with the clipboard, and I can see that we've got 1,500 out of 7,100 pieces of construction material over here, so that's why this is taking rather a long time. I have got some audio-video desync. How do I fix that? I've had this before, and sometimes I've managed to fix it, and sometimes I haven't, and I can't remember what the rules are. Let's try turning the camera off and on again like that. No, that hasn't done anything. Let's try this. How's that? Ooh, that's not ideal. That seems to cut the edge of me off, but it seems to fix the problem. So maybe if I put that back again to where, if I put that setting back again, there we go. That seems to be better, and I'm very, very green now from mousing over that green building. Right. Okay. Thank you for pointing that out, Sophia. Much appreciated. Right. So what were we saying? When does Laurence do fine woodworking? I'm not sure I do fine woodworking. Maybe I do mediocre woodworking sometimes. So maybe I should do another one of those streams sometime. It's not something I do enormously often, admittedly. And I've found in the past, I feel that streaming woodworking doesn't make for the best of videos, because it's a fairly slow process, and yeah, so unlike gaming where things tend to happen reasonably quickly, woodworking tends to be a bit of a slow process, and it takes rather a long time for anything to happen, so it doesn't make as good a stream. Also, I don't have a good workshop, so one of the things I would like to do, one of the things I'd like to do next time I move house is move somewhere that actually has a workshop, funnily enough, and then that will give me a place where I can have things permanently set up, and that could potentially include things like cameras and computers, so that I would then potentially be able to do a stream from there. It's a sort of a bit of a vague concept at the moment, because it's not happening in the short term due to just basically not having anywhere sensible to do it. I do sort of like the idea though. I don't know if I'd be able to keep up an interesting pattern well enough, and whether people would just be put off by the whine of the power tools. But it's a nice idea. It's something that maybe we could do someday. Yes, well, the Wednesday streams have been starting at 8 o'clock for quite a long time now, Sophia. So I know it's different to the Mondays, and that's the one you're more used to because that's the one you turn up to yourself for actual joining in with the gaming. But it has been this way for a little while. You know, if you want to turn up at 7:30 and hang around for a bit, that's fine too. You want to see me baking gingerbread cookies, do you? Well, you know, never say never. Who knows? Maybe someday, maybe not. I wouldn't like to make any promises. Right, so the reason I've come over here is because the problem we have... Hello, regular. Welcome. The problem I have at the moment is I don't have enough concrete, and that is a major problem, and it's stopping all of my building happening, which means I'm not getting any copper, yada yada yada. This belt would ideally be full of concrete. It's not full of concrete, it's got tiny bits of concrete, and that's because we are trying to make concrete from the slag, but we don't have enough slag to make enough concrete, so that's causing problems there. Fortunately, and the reason I've come over here is that there is another recipe for making concrete as well. So let's have a look let's have a look in this menu and see if we can work this one out and remember how it works. So concrete is made out of cement, gravel, and water. Water and gravel aren't a problem because we've got that belt of gravel over there that we can see. And I'm making some of the cement out of the slag reprocessing here, but we can also make slag from mineral rocks and xenoferrite ore rubble. So I reckon if I do this, because I've got xenoferrite ore coming up out of the ground, well, available here in general. I've got lots and lots of mineral rock available here, so we've got a supply of both of those in this area, and therefore I can start making the cement that's needed, and then pass that along here and squeeze it into this system as a lower priority. It's going to be a bit of a struggle to squeeze it in here, but if I can put it in here as a lower priority, we'll use up anything that comes out of here from the free slags first, and then we can use up anything that needs actual resources to produce. Right, so let's go and get some iron stuff over this way. Oh, I see. Yes, if you're usually not around on Wednesdays when the stream starts, I can see how you might not have got used to it yet. What is this box doing? What are you? Oh, okay, these are all kinds of... Oh, these are all useful bits and pieces. Let's take some of these and completely fill my inventory up. And also take some of these and try and put them in useful places. And then I'll also remove this box because it's... Because I don't know, I don't have space in my inventory. Right, so if I go over to here, we can put a stack of this into... No, we can't because it's full. This just goes straight up. I can see why I was having trouble getting rid of this now. I guess I could put in another machine on the end here for the moment. Copy paste and... Oh, I'm not going to convert twos. Put in a couple of bits of that and one of these. Like that. And then I can potentially come in here and I can put one stack of it in here. That's not very much, really. Some of it will come out immediately like that, but most of it's going to be stuck in here. And I'm going to have the same problem with the coked ignium as well. So this is awkward. I need something to do with all of this resource, and I don't know what that's going to be. I can at least pull this up now. And so the reason I wanted to get this sort of thing moving a little bit is because I want to pull off some of the iron rubble from here and send it off down and out up another elevator all the way over here up to the surface, and then we can have a supply of, that available as well as the stone, and then we should be able to start making stuff. So let's touch down here, and if I zap out a couple of pieces of... Okay. The extra machine is going to confuse me later. You're probably right, and I'm probably going to regret that a lot. So let's put in another one so I can regret it even more. It's not going to break anything though, so I only feel mildly guilty about it. No, copy paste. There we go. That's some more of that and some of that. Right, so I'm down to slightly less of this crap. This is so much junk in my inventory. This is ridiculous. Problem is, most of it is useful junk, so I don't want to just, well, throw it away. Right, let's try again. Can I now pull up a couple of pieces of belt, please? I can! Hurrah! And that means I can then put in one of these here, and then I can put in a couple of these. Get that running. Oh, no, I can't. There's never room to do anything I want to do in this game. It's a running theme. But I could bring that up here like that, and then I could bring it across here and then go this way. And if this comes all the way to here, and thence to here and here, it kind of looks deliberate and neat and stuff like that. And we'll bring it along to about here, and then worry about exactly where we're going to put things in a moment. Actually, let's not. Is this one lift? Or no, this is only the one. Okay, so let's now knock out a hole that I can put the elevator in here. So I want a 4x4 because it's a 4 size machine, and that's fine. So we take out 1, 2, 3, like that. Do I have any of this particular speed of lift? I do not. What do I have? Where are my elevator matrons? Where are my... it's an F for freight elevator, isn't it? The freight elevator. Right, we're going to use a really, really fast one for this. But that's okay. I don't mind. Right, so we'll then bring this belt up to here. Put in a loader here. And it's going to appear as the wrong type. No, actually, I want to put these as all default, auto, there, default, which isn't quite auto, but is a step in the right direction. Right, so there we go. That's going to load the iron ore into here. We can take that upstairs, and we can deal with that at the top side. So that's all fine, apart from the sheer amount of nonsense in my inventory. But we're going to have to deal with that because I don't want to just throw stuff away, and I don't think I may be wrong about this. Can I throw stuff in here? No, because it's already full, and also it doesn't have a manage inventory button on it. So I can't put things into the blast furnace, which is a shame. Can't put things into the elevators. They have no controls, so just kind of stuck. Okay, so let's put in another one of these elevator parts, which is that guy. But you're going to be atop this time. Put you there. Ba-thunk. There we go. And we'll let it dig a big hole in the ground all by itself like that. And that'll go down and link the two of them up. I'll now put in a bit more of the foundation here and then have a little bit of a think about what I've done and what I'm going to do. So I want to make cement, and I want to do cement the other way. Hello, Peter. Welcome. And hello, Board Easy as well. Crust stuff coming out of the ground is... Yes, you're quite right, Regular. The crust stuff coming out of the ground is crustinified, which is why I put in an additional lift with a short on it to make sure I get the right stuff. That's exactly what I did, actually, Board Easy. Yes, I did unload it into a box, and then I just found the box again, and I felt bad about it, and I wanted to fill up the... I wanted to stop having a chest of shame, so I then just picked it all up, put it all into my inventory, and now I'm going, why did I pick all this up and put it in my inventory? As is traditional in this sort of game. Right, so what was I saying? Yes, how do I make concrete the other way? What's it done in? It's done in a crusher, and it's xenoferrite, ore rubble, and mineral rocks. So put down more crushers. If I put them here, and so on along here. In fact, let's just fill the gap like that, because why not? There we go. Foundation is cheap, so I can put in 1, 2, 3, 4. That's in the wrong place. I'll put in 3 for now, because I don't actually know how many I'm going to need for this. I want you to make cement. Copy, paste. Right. And then we put in one of these guys over here as an exertomatron, like that. We go, I didn't have any yellow belt left, did I? No, I didn't. So we're going to do all this with green, which feels a little bit wasteful, but you know what? Never mind. So I'll put that there, and boop, there immediately is all of my stuff. And I'll put another belt running down there like that, and it can go in across at the end there. Right, and now we need a large quantity of these guys. So input, and on the other side we do similarly input. And the other side, we then want output like that and that. So, I should have used a bit of copy paste here, but never mind. Toggle. Okay, so now we're chucking out cement. It's not as quick as I hoped, so we're probably going to need more of this. But never mind, we'll burn that bridge when we come to it. So you are going to come around here to there and to there and to there. And that means we will load this up onto this belt as a lower priority. So anything that's coming around here, because I'm hoping that at some point in the future we'll have enough cement or we'll have enough slag that things are basically all right. And then we'll be able to use, and then we'll be able to pump this around here. Then we'll be able to use up the stuff that's being made out of these machines, out of the slag first, and then anything's left over we'll produce from this system over here. So I think that should work quite nicely. But looking at this, I think I need more machines because that is just all getting swallowed up very, very quickly. So let's double it because why not? So let's get out the copy paste-o-matron, and I would indeed like to select an area. Good. And we'll go from there to there because there's not all that much stuff required, and up to about there. And you know what? Let's make sure we always get the foundations as well. Then I can do a copy in place, and then I can go 4, 5, 6. Let's have 8 because why not? 8 is totally a number. So we'll do that and then confirm paste, and boom, we have run out of a few bits and pieces. So we've run out of crushers. I've run out of belt. I can replace some of that belt with a green one like this, and that will be fine. We'll now bring the stone through. We'll bring the stone through, so that's probably all right. Is it actually fast enough? Yes, it is. There we go. It's getting to the end now, and there we go. It's backed up. Okay, so that's working, and now we should have a bit more cement coming out here as well. Those are all running nicely. I just need to go and find one more crusher from somewhere because, of course, I've run out of crushers. Why wouldn't I? And so that means we're now making a bit more concrete. The concrete blocks are coming out of here at a significantly better rate than they were before. It's still not amazing. It's still not quite as fast as I would have hoped for, but it is somewhat better. I'm a little bit concerned that this appears to still be woefully inadequate. And is this... Yes, this is all of the machines working now at this point. They're all running, and the cement is starting to back up. So that implies to me that whilst I've got enough machines to deal with all the slag that might come out, I've not got enough machines to produce enough concrete to keep everything happy. So I think it's time to do a little bit more copy-paste. And this time, so I want to select a new area. I want to go from there. And we'll take 2 machines because then 4 machines because then I don't have to copy and paste as many times. So we'll go to there, and then up to about there, and I can do another copy and place, so I just have to drag it across, and then we go bump, and I've run out of it already. No, I haven't. That's a block. That's blocked. So I'll do that much. Then we'll have to go into the open panel, and then I'll demolish the decor that's clearly underneath there. Then I can do a paste, and then we can find I've run out of. Yep, still short of conveyor 2s, but other than that, that seems to have worked. So if I can find where the conveyor 2s were, yes, down there. That's where we're missing them. So I can put in some. Yes, conveyor 2 along conveyor 3 instead. Why has it gone up in the middle like that? Or what are you playing at? Don't do this to me. What are you doing? Why are you being weird? We'll do that, then we'll do it again. Yeah, it's being weird again. Stop that. I don't like it. And then to there. And then we will inevitably find out that we're not crushing gravel down fast enough. We won't actually know for a while that we're not crushing the gravel down fast enough because it's being because there's going to be huge buffers in those two machines. But I suspect I'm going to have to go back and fix that at some point. Now I've got bits and pieces around here. So let's dump some manage inventory. You can have this. I don't have any stone by the looks of it, so I can't get rid of that. But that is at least going to let me upgrade this belt here that wasn't letting me upgrade it. No, 5. There we go. Like that. So yeah, that's going to work a bit better now. Can chuck that through there. Yeah, okay, that does seem to be enough. Whether there is enough in these machines is anyone's guess, and I can't find the control panel, so it's really hard to tell. That's gone down to... That has emptied its internal buffer, but then there was a lot of filling up of other machines' buffers as well. This machine has been put in a ridiculous orientation. There we go. That's still going down. Yeah, I think that's going gradually down. I need at least one more crusher along here. But as we saw earlier, I have run out of crushers. Yeah, the auto-routing is mostly quite good, but occasionally it throws some funny wobblies, like just over there. Oh, and I should have put in a little bit more foundation, just because this looks wrong. So I'll put in another stripe along to about here. Just keep everything supported. And also I'll put in some foundation. It's not foundation, actually. This is just soil. But I'll flip this over to... vertical drag, I can do that, and at least then there's a nice wall across the end holding it up, so it's not completely cantilevered, unlike that one, which is alright. Let's put in some stone, let's put in some earth underneath that one as well, like so. There we go. A little bit of support is everyone's friend. Right, so we've now got a bit more concrete going out here. It's probably not going to be still might not be enough. I'm not really sure. Do we have enough? Oh, I don't have a cement. Words. Right, let's that one. Yes, let's upgrade you, and then let's put in a green belt all the way along to here, just because I can. And green belts, I'm at the stage of the game where green belts are affordable. They're not. I don't have a bajillions of them coming out, and they do require, I think it's green circuits, but they're affordable. They're manageable. Okay, doing that has ripped through a lot of the buffer we'd built up. But that's kind of what buffers are for. So I think we're building up slightly more on this belt. We're just about hanging on, so I think we'll call that good enough for now. Yeah, good luck with the ISP. Hopefully that'll carry on working, boardies. I've had a few issues with mine, but fortunately not during streams for a while. Touch whatever my desk is made of, which is probably some kind of imitation wood. So I'm cautiously optimistic that things are going to behave, but you never know. Also, we need to start using iron again so that we can start generating slag, so we can start generating concrete the other way. However, that is now lots and lots of concrete. So let's head back over and have a look at how things are going over in the main factory and see whether that boost of concrete is doing quite well. And also, I will investigate getting rid of some of the trash in my inventory and getting a few more useful things like crushing machines. Yeah, more is never enough. You know what? You can never have too much of anything at all in these sort of games. Yeah, the blocks are quite strong. I mean, when you consider that they are a meter cube block of whatever it is they're made of, it's not surprising they're quite strong. Yeep. Let's fly around the spaceship that's taking off there. Right, so what do I want? Oh, yes, I wanted to check into the concrete. Concrete comes up out of the ground. Ah, here. Are you concrete? Oh, wow. We already seem to have a good, healthy supply of concrete here. Nice. I approve of that. And that is hopefully going in here into these machines. And let's find out if there's now a different problem. There is now a different problem for making the construction material. What are you sad about? Input, input, input. Meh. What are you sad about? Oh, this is going to be copper, isn't it? Right, so we have a bit of a circular dependency at this point. There is a shortage of copper because there is and I can't fix it because there's a shortage of copper. So I do have some copper bit coming out over here, but none of it's actually none of it's going into the blast furnace yet because we can't build up the blast furnace because we don't have any copper. I do have an old copper smelting facility here that is producing copper for the green circuits. Now I could go and steal some of that, put it down the hole over here, send it along this long tunnel that I dug right at the end of the last stream and bring it out here. Maybe that's going to be the next thing for me to work on. Get that up and get the copper coming through that way so that we can then actually start making the construction material, so we can actually start making the massive blast furnace, the massive blasted furnace that's over there somewhere, and get everything running. Oh, for goodness sake. Right, so can I research something to pull iron through? Maybe, but that will cause me copper problems, I expect. I think there's a decent chance that I'm not using up any iron because the entire factory is ground to a halt due to the complete and utter absence of copper, which I shall investigate a little bit more thoroughly in a moment, but first I'm going to go and get myself some more crushers, which are made somewhere. Oh, there's the large smelters. Crushers are next to them, I remember. So I'll have those. No, I won't. I will. What will I do? I've got 30 concrete blocks. I could put those somewhere. I could put my pipes into the pipe storage box somewhere over here, I suppose. But no, I won't be able to because it'll already be full up to its whatever limit. So I can open the container. It's already full of pipes, so I can't put more of those in here. That stuff I can't do anything useful with. Why have I got so much trash in my inventory? You're actually full on igneous ore rubble. Yes, you are. Let's go and put you in the airport over here then. Can I? No, I can't. I can't even mess around with that. This box is going to also be full, so I'm not going to be able to mess around here. Oh, for goodness sake! Why can't I put any of my anything anywhere? Maybe I'll just trash all the stuff that's basically. This stuff isn't expensive. I just sort of think it's kind of vaguely useful. I've got too many pumps as well. I've got too many of everything. This is kind of ridiculous. Let's get rid of that. Destroy. Let's get rid of the tropical rainforest dirt. I could get rid of some of these different types of earth that I'm carrying around with me. I can get rid of these electronic components. I should have put them in one of the machines that were short of copper, but never mind. I'll get rid of one of these stacks of biomass because that's too many stacks of biomass. And I'm going to get rid of all this coked ignium. I don't care. It's only 300. I said get rid of all of it. Like that. And concrete. I've just changed my mind. I've lost patience with this thing. Right, there we go. Now I've got a bit of space. What was it? Yeah, it's crushers was what I wanted. And they were coming from over here. Somewhere. Here. Gimme. I'm sort of tempted to upgrade this to a green machine. Not because I need it to run faster, but because I want it to store more in its output buffer. But we'll see. Right, so yeah, let's check on the copper. Copper, presumably there is just straight up no copper coming through here, indeed. And there presumably is straight up no copper coming through here because my third copper mine has expired. It still appears on the map though, which makes me think it hasn't quite expired. And we're just out of range for that. That's kind of ridiculous. Okay. So they had nearly enough range to mine it up, but not quite. Well, we can temporarily fix this, I guess. I can chuck in some drone miner 2s, and that'll give them a little bit of extra range, and they'll be able to pick up a bit more of the copper, hopefully. And we'll have a little bit of copper coming through. It's not going to be much. It's not going to go very far, but hopefully it'll be enough to get those other buildings finished. That said, yes, it's very much a copper ore monolith, which is absolutely ridiculous. Okay, so that's a start. It's a bit of a pathetic start, but it's a start nonetheless. Now, let's go back this way. Because at the other end of the belts that are coming from here, there is an area that is going to be perfect for putting in one of my new really, really fast lifts. So fly through here. Along here, I believe, is it here that the other tunnel meets it? Yes. So these will need to go down even further. So can I drop out the sky? There we go. If I drop down the hole here, bonk. Right, and then somewhere down below here, even further down, is the what's name? Is the massive tunnel that I've dug, and eventually we're going to have a. That's a bigger tool than I was expecting it to a bigger hole than I was expecting it to make. I want to say it was at level 89, which is quite a long way down. But it keeps it out of the way of everything else, and when everything is coming out by... there we go. There we go, there's my... here's my tunnel. I'm glad I didn't hit that on the way through. So, the copper is going to eventually come to here, and then go up an elevator that's going to go in about here. So if we look up here, where did I put this hole exactly? Right, okay, so if an elevator would want to be back off the back wall directly opposite this hole. That's fine. We'll put that in once I've completely exhausted the other patch. For the meantime, I'm going to want to have about a bajillion belts running along here like this. And it's going to be a lot of them. So I'm going to put in some of this to start with by hand, as much as this counts as by hand. Then I'm going to use the magic of copy paste to try and get them all in together. I'm going to run 5 belts down the bottom of this tunnel, just because that's as many as I can fit, and that feels like a good number, and we'll work it out later if that's a silly number. So get out the copyometron, and I would like to do a select area, and we'll go from there. I don't want to go too far actually, because then it'll just make it difficult whenever I get to any sort of corners and things. So let's say 20. I will. What? Could you not? I don't know what it did, but I'd rather it didn't. Right, so that and that and that. I would like to then. There we go. Copy and place. There we go. Paste it all the way along here like this. And as long as I don't run out of belts... Oh, damn it. As long as I don't press the wrong buttons all the time, then things will hopefully come together. So I want you to go there. And repeat. Boom, boom. I don't know what the maximum distance I can do with this is. But it's going to want to go a long way. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Let's paste that in for now. Confirm paste. Okay, good. That's working nicely so far. That was all of my bells. Okay, so I've already blasted through all however many 100 belts I had. I had about 500 of them by the looks of it. And that was just all of them gone like that. You think the mining bots are trolling me for disliking Logibots? Maybe you're right. But then, well, joke's on them. I have better mining bots available, so I will upgrade them. Haha. And I can't get up here. Go on. Go in there. Up. And let's go and get some more green belts. Where even am I? Oh, I'm here. This is not the ideal place to be travelling along here. I mean, it'll work, and I think there's a way out here somewhere. Yes, there it is. Caught on. I don't know what I'm even caught on. I don't know how did I get underneath this to get caught? This is ridiculous. Stop it. Right, let's go and get some more green belts. And fortunately, I'm storing up massive quantities of those. I'm hoping this is going to be enough. 2,000. 2,000 might not be enough, actually. Fortunately, there seems to be quite a lot more coming through already. Is it you? Yes, it is you. Gimme. And then... gimme. Maybe I should make one belt first. That might be sensible. Put in one belt first to bring some copper in, and then go back and put more belts to bring more copper. You know, a little bit at a time. And I can worry about my ludicrous copy pastes a bit later on. It's just occasional random pieces of belt along the... no, don't do that. Along the side here. And there's big carpet here where I place them all in. And then we go back to putting them down, however many it is at a time. About 100 at a time. That's not too shabby, actually. But you can see why I'm looking forward to them adding trains into this game. So this is probably quite a good point to talk about the new version that has been released a couple of days ago. So there's now there is a testing pre-release for update 3, which means which is the version that's going to bring in things like caves and other sort of Minecrafty goodness, and there's some other stuff as well. I can't remember exactly what off the top of my head. So there's going to be some interesting things being added in sooner or later. What are you? Oh, you're the yes, you're going to be all the resources coming out, not the metal coming back in. So I need to find the correct place for that. So yeah, that is now available as a sort of ultra early accessy sort of type thing. But I've not installed it because currently the experimental version, for want of a better word, doesn't. Where am I? Doesn't allow you to continue with an existing save. I'd have to start again, and I'm not prepared to do that. I think it's this tunnel. Yes, here we go. So by the time they release update 3 properly, then it will be compatible with older saves. I'll probably have to explore further out before I actually get any before I actually get the bits and pieces that I want from this. But sorry, I derailed my own brain. I'll probably have to expand outside the area that I've already explored before I'll get any of the caves. But I'll at least get the sort of an equivalent of beacons that's being added in, and I think there are 1 or 2 other features as well that again with the turn kind of looking forward to, which I think should be very interesting. But for now, we don't have those. Right. Okay. So this is over here. Do I bring the copper down here and then another tunnel up to here to take it off to wherever it needs to go? I think that's what I do. Maybe I even do a little bit of tunnel off that way and then up here, so it avoids the this area, because we're going to have all of the copper ore coming from here this way. We're going to have the coal coming in along here as well. This area is going to get quite busy. We're going to get stone coming in here. Oh yeah, from that patch. So yes, I'd better make sure the copper belts stay kind of out of the way. So let's head back over to here to basically to that where that belt is. We'll go down there and then we'll tunnel down across this way and across here, and then I'll whack in an elevator to bring this stuff down to a lower level. In fact, what I'll do is I'll put in my top end of my elevator here now, and then try and go and meet it. And we all know how well trying to meet things works in this game, but I'm going to give it a shot anyway. So this is going to go right. So what have we got? We've got the concrete there. We're then going to. So that's going to be its own elevator, actually. So we'll probably put another one in for something else. But right, so we'll put this one here, and then try and join up to this one way down below. So I'm going to write down my coordinates and see if I can actually get this right for once. Odds are no, but you never know. It's worth a try. So I'm at 304 minus 934. 304 minus 934. I don't care about the height because I just need to get below here, put in the elevator, and they'll meet each other quite nicely. So over here, where's my way down? Where's my entrance to my tunneling area? I should probably make another one, but somewhere around here. No, it must be over here. Somewhere down there. We don't know where. Here it is. I should put a stone Mario tunnel. No, not Mario. Yeah, Mario pipe around it. That would help. All right. So down here, somewhere along here, we have. Yes, here we go. This is the big entrance to the all of the lifts that take stuff up to the main smelter. So I'm going to build over here a little bit. I'm going to go neatly between these two pylons, and I'm going to put in another tunnel here. So we'll knock out a couple of squares of 5x5 like this. Boom, boom. Maybe 5 of them actually. Just like that. And then I can put in my boring machine. Like that. We can hop in here and we can go, yes, we would like you to have some fuel, and I've got some convenient tree parts here for you. Excellent. So now we need to go some distance, and we are now at okay, we were at 800 and 839, and I wanted to be at 934. So we want to go 95. Okay, that's easy enough. We can do that. 95. No, not 895. That would be a little bit too far. Let's go 95. Confirm. Horizontal. Not touch the steering wheels. We're pointing in the right direction. Let's go. And that's going to take. We're at 274. So we'll then need to go another 30 in the that way once we get to the end of this tunnel. I don't need to run power down here, but I am going to need to run green belts. So we'll start doing that. I don't know what the best side of the tunnel to run these on is. It's going to be crossing over, but never mind. So yeah, we'll bring belt upon belt of copper along here. But you know, I could put in a second one while I'm at it. What I might end up doing, I suspect, is having the 5 belts of copper, or the end belts of copper, going along the side of the tunnel rather than the bottom of it. That might work better, to be honest, because then I won't have it won't take up as much space, and that'll leave more room for all of the other things that I'm going to be wanting to pump through here. Right. So in here we now want to put that away. Turn left, and then what did I say? I wanted to go 30, didn't I? And we are in fact at minus 394. 934 even. Numbers are apparently difficult. So let's go 40, just so we deliberately overshoot a little bit, and then I can put the drill in where the drilling ship ends up. I can put the elevator in where the drilling ship ends up, and I'll have a nice neat hole there for it. It does occur to me that, oh, there we go, there's the, oh, I'm going to need power down here as well. Oh, grr. Grumble, grumble, grumble. That's the big problem. I keep running into this problem, is that every time I put in one of these elevators, it needs to have a supply of power available for the inserters to run off. And that's kind of annoying because, well, there isn't any power down here. Unlike the passenger elevators, the freight elevators don't carry power with them. So I then end up having to do, you know, I'm not going to use this tool. I then end up having to do this and cut myself a little trench like this. It doesn't matter whether it goes up or not, to be honest, but all the way out here like this, in order to have somewhere, in order to be able to run the foundation through, for the power to get to here, which is a little bit of a faff, and it looks a little bit silly when we've got these nice neat tunnels. In fact, we've got a nice neat tunnel system, but then I have to go along and cut it up a little bit in order to get power to everything. And it looks like I haven't. Oh no, I have got power to here. That's all right then. So I have done this one. The other alternative is a massive pit, is to dig another hole and then put this foundation stuff in the hole in order to get the power down to where it's needed at every single place where I put in an elevator. But that gets old fairly quickly, so I'd rather not do it that way if I can avoid it. So I guess it's just a case of digging these trenches along here. Maybe every one of my long mine tunnels should have power running through it like this, just in case I end up needing it for, well, anything at all. But I don't know, it feels a little much. I could do it through copy paste, but I feel like using the copy paste system to dig holes is kind of abusing a functionality of the mod that probably shouldn't be. There's probably a sort of unintended side effect of the way it's designed. Exactly, it doesn't really make sense for these to not transmit power. Even if you could plug them into high voltage cables and they transmit high voltage power, that'd be better. But no power at all. You can't put in foundation underneath them. At least you can't put foundation in underneath the top end because it would dig through it. So that part kind of makes sense. But yeah, the whole overall, it's a bit of a shame that it's problematic like that. I'll put in 4 because why not? And then I'll just link up 2 of them. And then I'll realise that linking up 4 of these like this is... I am fully aware of the silly kinkiness of this. Don't think I'm not. Right, so we'll put a little bit in there. So those are going to be the feeds of copper. So we've got 4 feeds of copper coming along here. La 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 la. Tumty tumty tumty. Yeah, that's a good point, Aboard Easy. Yeah, I like that idea. Yes, if the copy paste caused your construction bots to dig them out, that would be really, really nice and would feel logical and sensible and not cheaty. Yeah, I like that idea. Yes, I hope the devs think of it. Right, so I don't actually need any of this bit from here to here. There we go. Right, so there's one of my belts. I mean, this isn't going to... Thing is, this isn't going to actually carry any copper. I should probably take a belt from here, run it over to this, and run it over to the elevator up here, and get that to get it to pass in from the other side as well, just to make sure I've actually got some copper coming through here. In fact, let's do that. Yeah, let's go and finish that off so that we do actually have the potential to maybe get some stuff through. And I think I've got an escape hatch here. Yes, I have. Nice. Ooh, and it's daytime. Lovely. Shoomp. Out like a cork from a champagne bottle. So, over here is the top end of my elevator. So we are going to need to have power. This is going to need power as well. So we'll drop back down. Do this again. That. And that. And that. There we go, and then I can foundation this whole area like so. And then, well, these are all going to come drop down and go into the side of this, which is fine. I can put those ramps in. We're not going to, as I say, we're not going to actually get anything out of this system yet. But eventually, maybe, eventually we'll hopefully get some resources coming out of here, and it'll be all be very, very useful. But for now, nothing's going to happen yet. But I'm going to build up the infrastructure anyway. And I've got this sort of vague hope that at some point in the distant future, I will suddenly get copper coming out at the other end, coming from this system. And I'm not going to say, and I won't know why, but suddenly there will be surprise copper. No, we're going to need power there. There we go. Going to need slightly less of this as well, if I'm going to put in another drop down there for the concrete to go away. Cement. No, concrete to go away. Okay, so over here, we have... no copper. What? Have we run out? I thought I upgraded. Huh? I thought I went in and I put in more of the underground mining drill things. Because we can't get any... So, we ran into the problem where I exhausted the fingers of copper in the... in the vein miners down here that we were working off. So I put in a vein mine... a fracking tower here, but that's not getting built because of the previous concrete and then copper problems. However, I thought I put in some more vein miners to dig up more copper and bring it out here. I can't have finished those, exhausted those already, can I? Surely not. So these, I think, are the original. Maybe I didn't actually put them in. Maybe I just sort of thought, yeah, I'll need to put those in at some point, and then didn't. So this one won't run for the time being. This one, this vein here is exhausted. It's turned into just. We've got as much out of it as we can until we start fracking. But I thought I'd gone down further and put in additional mining down on this level, but there doesn't seem to be any. So what's going on down? Let's go and check out the other end of this tunnel. We've got these two, and they're fully extended as well. Crikey. Okay, it's not they've run out of power or something dumb like that, is it? Missing fracking liquid for raw vein core mining. Right, okay. So yeah, this is not working because we've used up all of the ore on this in these levels, in this level as well. So it looks like I need to continue mining until I get to that one round there, and possibly that one round there as well, in order to get some copper. That's a okay. Well, we'll just blindly cut through with the boring machine until we find the right place. So need you again, mate. There we go. I'm probably going to run out of wood at this rate if I'm not careful. Oh no, I've only used up a third of it. That's not too bad. So ping again. I'm at 381,845. That one is 368,889. So I'm going to go 60 this way. Go. And then another... I'm going too far. I got the numbers the wrong way around because I am apparently bad at numbers. Still, that's okay. If I just drill to about here, then go stop, turn, stop, and then go. I've overshot a little bit. That doesn't actually matter. It just means I'm going to waste a few pieces of belt. We'll drill through this way like this, and I'll just leave that going. It probably needs to go further than 60 actually. Well, maybe not. Maybe 60 is about right. So ideally, I want to make a loop all the way around the vein, and probably pick up. Because I think yes, there's that Technomore vein round on the other side as well that ideally I would quite like to pick up. So let's tell this to then do another 60 is probably going to be about the right distance. Off you go. Right, am I dead level? I am dead level with that. So now I can get out the mining zapper. Go up to 5x5, and I can't see what I'm doing because I've got scan on. There we go. And then I'm going to start punching through this rock here. Or I could do this. Actually, let's go. Yeah, no, actually, let's go here because that's going to be deep enough, and we can work it out from there. Yes, like that. There we go. That's good. And whoop, height of 5. Nom, 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 nom. This is much easier, much quicker than digging. I mean, it's a bit slower to get it set up, but like any sort of automation system, once you got it set up, it's much faster. And if I was digging out enough, we would eventually send a construction bot over to help with it. Right, there we go. So there's my ore face. Let's actually let's for now let's use this thing and be a little bit subtle about trying to work out what's going on here. Okay, so I was at the right height. Excellent. These are, of course, these are all 4 high, aren't they? So we'll now mine through here because this is definitely a double patch, and so I need to find the edges of it. So I can put in 2 mining drills. There we go. There's one edge. And there's the other edge. Lovely. I'll open a little bit more space up here because I'm pretty sure I'm going to need it. So I'll dig this back to the same point. I mean, that's slightly further than it needs to be, but never mind. I'd rather overshoot slightly. I can do the same over here. Then once I've done this, I can then drop in the big vein miners, if I have any. I didn't check that before I started, which would have been smart. I probably don't have any. That's probably why I stopped. Oh no, I've got 3 of them. Awesome. Pun actually unintentional for once. Which way round do you go? Where's your business end? There's your business end. So put you there, and we put your friend there. Then, okay, I need to do a little bit more digging. Like that, because these things are still, despite me deliberately making the hole bigger than I thought I needed to, I still didn't make it big enough, which is pretty much part of the course for when you're putting in these giant machines. They are always a bit bigger than you expect them to be. No matter how much space you allow, they're always going to be a bit bigger than that. So, we don't have power for it yet. That's fine. We know where we can get power from. If we come back along here, bounce off there, along to here. Then we're going to find out that we can't run any more cables off this, aren't we? Because that's going to be full. Yes, it is. So, in that case, we remove this cable and this cable. And then we put in a cable from there to... Basically, each one of these machines needs its own cable to connect it up. Otherwise we have problems later. So run you to there, and then connect you to there. Have I spoiled the pattern? Of course I have. Great. We'll also run a cable from there to there. And then we can run cables from there to yonder. Just like this. And then along here we'll do the same sort of thing. We'll put one in there and one in there, and then we can connect one of these to each machine, and we won't have cabling problems in the future. Right, so now those are running, and they should now be able to produce a quantity of the ores that we need. Now, I can't remember off the top of my head how fast these are. So what I'm going to do is run a green belt along here, like that. And then I'm going to run yellow belts out from the machines and join onto the green belts. I'm pretty sure that 2 of these drills makes a yellow belt. In fact, let's check the numbers. 160 per minute. And a yellow belt is 320 per minute. So yeah, actually these 2 would both fit on one yellow belt. But this green belt will allow me to pick up more ore from anywhere in the from any other future drills that we may encounter, that we may put in. So I'll run this along here to here, and we'll do the same sort of thing here. We'll upgrade you, and upgrade you, because why not? And this can come charging through here at a rate of knots. Boom. We've now got, we've got, very briefly, we'll have a green belt of ore coming through, and then we'll start to get, then it'll start to be about 50% of a green belt, because we'll have emptied the buffers in those mining drills. But that's looking pretty nice. That's getting us some resource. Now it's probably going to be sensible to carry on along here and put in the one more vein miner that I have. So we'll go off and do that. And I have quite seriously overshot here, but that's okay. 399, 399, 926. I don't know. Let's just go and keep an eye open. Balancers? I don't think I actually need balancers in there. To be honest, I don't care I don't care where the resources come from as long as they keep coming. It's fairly immaterial. I'll just let it dig whatever it wants to dig. That's another double, which is a bit of a shame given that I'm down to only a single drill left. But never mind. Alright, 5 by... Sure, 19 by... 5. Right, tunnel. And... okay, this is as far as we're going. Let's do another one then. And another 20. Something. Drones are going off to do the other bits that I haven't actually... Yeah, that I ran straight past, because they always do the nearest stuff first. Which is handy, because it saves a lot of drone time. Ah, here we go. And ensures that you don't accidentally end up digging up more than you need to. Sorry, and gives you some control over what you're digging. So I'm going to do that bit. Once again, this is slightly irrelevant because I don't have both the vein mining drills I'm going to need in order to set both of these up. But still, it's putting things in the right place and yeah, just getting things basically set up and started approximately correctly. You know, start as you mean to go on and all that sort of stuff. So now I'll put in that final vein mining drill I've got, which is this guy, and you go in, which is, I can't see your business end, if you'll pardon the expression. Yes, that is the correct way around. Put you in there. Yep, there we go. And you know what? It'd be nice to also remove a little bit more of the rock rock from here as well. So I want 5 by 2 by 5. Clear that bit out, and that'll allow me to get the belt out from the other one. Okay, so now once again we go back to laying belts. We have this one comes out here, goes off that way. Oh yeah, and when we come back, we'll bring power with us. This goes across and joins onto there. Lovely. Meanwhile, we go from here, boop, off this way. Like that. I said it last week. It does entertain, and it's still true. It entertains me how the everything glows around these. How the green and red, glows you get from when you're placing things like this are actually apparently part of the world because everything around them, because it actually lights stuff up. I haven't seen yet whether it will light things up for other players because I've not played this multiplayer yet. But it does amuse me that apparently you can light up the world with your with your user interface telling you about whether you're able to place pylons or not. Right. So I would like to bring this round in a full square and rejoin over here somewhere, but I don't actually know where that would be. Part of the reason I want to do that is to make it easier to get out, but actually I don't actually know where I would need to meet. It's presumably going to be about here, but it turns into a bit of a tangle around this point, so I can't really tell. Okay, board easy. Well, thanks for sticking around for the time being, and I'll probably still be here when you get back. I expect. Right, so I'm at minus 955 at this point. So pull this up. And go. And all the way down here. And put that way. And all the way down here. And down here. And oh, actually it gets kind of tangled and gross here because there's stuff in the way. So maybe I'll just leave it as it is. Because I've gone around three. Yeah, we've got all four vein mining possibilities on that. Have we got all four? Are there four? What do we actually have at this level? Okay, there it is over there. 1, 2, 3. There's only 3 on this level. Okay, so we've got all of them. We've got this now pouring into here. It's not blocking up, so that's clearly fine. But actually, you know, while I'm here, no, go away. While I'm here, I'm going to upgrade this elevator like so, because I feel like I might as well. I'm going to be coming through here at some point in the future and wanting more resources. So why not make it a faster elevator now while I can? And the same for this one round here. This might as well be a freight elevator 4 because I'm here, I can upgrade it, that's easy. Do you have an easy exit as well? No, you don't. Need to find my way out. Through the maze of nonsense that is my factory. Okay, we can drop down to here then, and right, okay, so that is hopefully going to be a supply of copper finding its way up to the old smelting system. So let's go and check that out. Where is that? That's over here. Right, yes, there we go. Look, they've all lit up now. So we've got copper being produced over here. So that means we've now got a supply of copper coming out here. It's going through here, and we're making it all into green circuits. Now, of course, we're going to make it all into green circuits because we've got a shortage of... I was going to say we've got a shortage of green circuits. We've just filled the aeroplane up, which is flying off to go, deliver some of those. But for the time being, because of how things are going around here, I'm going to steal some more. I'm going to steal the copper from here and try and work out where I need to take it. It's over that way, right. Just going to put in a ramp there. And then touch down because I can't see what I'm doing. Okay, we'll upgrade that. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know you could do that. I didn't realise you could upgrade a ramp with a belt piece. That's mildly worth knowing. And we're going to come this way, and then we're going to go, oh, for goodness sake, there is a rock in the way. And we're going to shoot the rock. And then we're going to go, okay, you know what? There's going to be other stuff in the way as well. Let's keep going through this way and just shoot anything that gets in the way. Actually, that seems to be it. Excellent. So I can now come back to here and carry on doing my belt. Comes through here, la 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 la, just like this. And it needs to drop down at some point. Where does it need to drop down? Okay, about here. And then... Okay, now we're at the right height. Excellent. Bring that to there. Boom. And now I can put in an inserter here. And that is going to start putting copper onto the long belt that's going all the way back to the main factory. We're getting a little bit of building work done. We must have got some copper from somewhere. I'm honestly not sure where, but some more building material has been... Oh, it's from the monolith. I know. Okay. I do know where it's come from. Right, so we now have a stream of copper coming in here. It's not going to be particularly quick. I reckon this is going to be about a quarter of a green belt at best, maybe less than that. But it's going to be pretty slow. But at least we've got some. So now let's drop back down into the hole again and head over and start follow that round, and then start and see about trying to get some of that up to the surface to be actually used. So over here we will see. Eventually, here we go. Here comes the copper. Now, okay, there's going to be a bit clogging up this belt for now. I might as well finish this belt off while I'm at it, come to think of it. So let's do that. Let's lay another belt. Since I'm flying down this tunnel anyway, it feels sensible to put in a belt while I do it. I know I talked all about using copy and paste to put in a massive quantity of belt through the whole area, all in one go. But to be honest, I don't have the resources to build 5 belts through this down this tunnel at the moment. I'm not even sure I've got the resources to build one more. Also, I have a quarter of a belt's worth at best of copper coming through, so it's kind of having the second belt is not exactly vital, should we say. But still, it does mean we've got a bit more potential capacity for once the foundry kicks in. No, the blast furnace kicks in properly. Oh, and I've run out. There we go. I knew that was going to happen. In fact, fortunately though, having been putting down loads of excess belt that I didn't really need to put in, there was a lot of it along here that I can just, demolish and then use to finish off the belts that I actually do want. So, maybe it wasn't entirely bad. I'll need to go back at some point and try and reclaim and try and get more green belt, but that's going to need copper. So I don't know how much of it is going to be available. Probably not very much. Right, here is roughly where I was. Right, this is roughly where I was going to put my my new elevator. So let's dig out a hole here for it. 1, 2, 3. I think 4. Let's make it 5 deep. There we go, like that. And then I can put in my elevator material. I need power here as well. This is a recurring problem with these elevators. The elevators are great. Needing power for them is a pain in the proverbial. Right. So now we will also dig a 1x1, an additional 1x1. It's going to go across here. And then up here. And I'm not quite sure what I'm going to hit as I go up this way. There are some elevators up here. There's definitely power available up here in various ways, but I'm not sure if I'm actually going to hit it. Here is an elevator. It's bringing it down. It's meant to be bringing it down to here, isn't it? Yes. Right, so this is where we want the elevator to come out. This is also conveniently where we want the power to go in. So the other elevator is coming out almost exactly where this elevator is coming out. That's weird, but okay. So I think I'm going to just have to remove this. It is almost perfectly lined up. That is incredible. That is amazing. I couldn't have done that if I tried. So what we're going to do here is put in the top part of this elevator, because why not? We're going to need it. And put that, no, rotate. got the same... Oh, no, I'm seeing the bottom of the other one. Never mind. I need to go and demolish this one. Now I'm seeing... Yeah, okay, it's not quite... Alright, that explains why it seemed to be a bit too perfect. I was seeing the other... Seeing the telltale blue lines of the other elevator, the one that was, of course, lined up perfectly because it was the same elevator. I am apparently a muppet. Right, never mind. I've sorted that one out. So let's dig that through there, and then that actually makes more sense now. I think about it. Then I can put in the top end of the elevator here, boom, like that, and then I can put in a chunk of foundation across here. And then we go to vertical drag mode. Go from here to here. Yes, good. That did work. There, and then we go back to horizontal drag mode. Put it across there. Boom. Now I can put in my inserters here, like that. Oh, God, I've run out of inserters. That's problematic. Those can all go in there. They'll claim to have no power. That's weird. Where did I not link that up properly? Maybe I haven't connected it up at the top. No, I haven't connected it up at the top. I just connected... Oh, haven't even connected... Yeah. There we go. Now it should be all right. And I can pull up you and put you on there instead. And then there and there, and boom, we have copper again. Right, I mean that isn't going to be an amazing supply of copper, at least not until the proper blast furnace gets up and running. But it is definitely going to be some copper, and that's going to be extremely valuable because it means things will kind of work sort of just a bit. Now, actually, come to think of it, the blast furnace isn't going to start working even when it gets built, because there are a few more resources that need to be plumbed into it first. We need to get in the crushed the crushed copper ore, and we need to get in the what's named iron. So there's a couple of steps left yet. We've got a little bit more work to do. However, I do now have a bigger escape hatch here to get out of. So that's going to require a series of steps. So I'm probably going to need more crushers. So let's get a few more of those. They are around here somewhere. There they are. Always need more crushers. Gimme. And I think it was advanced smelters that we need as well. So let's take some of those. And you know what I'm also going to need? Green belts. And we've managed to make 600 of them. That's a sum. It's not a huge number, but it'll keep me going for a little while. And we do have, we have green circuits coming through. So that actually is okay. We seem to have a reasonable supply of... No, we don't. That's probably where... Oh, that's electronic components. Yeah, we've completely run out of those because we've run out of copper. Or we had run out of copper. Now we see over here, there is some coming out, going into making... I don't even know what's being made over there. I also don't think I have proper balancers on my copper feeds. So I probably need to build a balancer system on my copper belts under here. So at the moment, all I've got is these two belts have copper on them, and mostly it's only this one apparently. This belt has some copper on it. It'd be nice if that was spread out a little bit between all the places that need it. But at the moment, it's not. It's just going out on this belt here. And if that happens to fill up, then a little bit of it will go out here. So this is not what I would call good enough. I need to build a proper balancer. Or at least a noddy balancer. How many belts have I got? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Crikey. Now, granted, this could be 1, 2, probably maybe 3 green belts to have just about enough going through here. But yeah, this is going to be problematic. Given the copper's coming in on this one, I could just put... Yeah, let's do a dirty balancer system. Can you tell what I'm doing yet? Apart from it wrong. So this isn't actually going to mean we get enough of mean we get the copper evenly distributed, but it is going to mean that we get it flowing everywhere. So we'll get some going to everywhere, even if it's going to be weird amounts on most of these belts, except for this one isn't going to get any because I broke the belt. So at least everywhere is going to get some, and so hopefully once we get enough coming through, then it won't matter. It'll just all get pumped through. And you know what? Let's remove these other balancers now. Because I'm not going to say I've fixed it, because that would be extremely inaccurate. But I've somewhat made things kind of, sort of work. I don't know what these two belts are for, apart from mistakes and sadness and disappointment. But, right, okay, so that's good enough for now. We'll keep things happy until we can get a proper supply coming through. I'm also running a bit low on jetpack fuel, so while I'm over here, because I don't intend to come back for a little while, let's get some more of that. So I'm going to need to put inserters. Definitely going to need inserters. I'm going to need to put in some coal mine and stone mines. Give me. Yeah. So over here, I'm going to need a stone mine and a coal mine, and I'm going to need a No, I don't think I need coal crushing for or stone crushing for this. I will need to crush the ignium, the coal, I think, and I'll need to cook it into coked ignium. I will also need to crush the copper that's going to be coming out around about here somewhere, and feed it in here as crushed copper. So those are all going to be things that need to be done before this system will actually start working. But of course, getting the supply of copper over so we can make enough of the construction material to get it working is also going to need to be done. And it ain't really happening. There's a trickle of copper coming in, as you can see. It's a bit pathetic. Do I have any for you? Oh, you don't need copper. You need... of course. Yes, you need the electronic components. And we've got loads and loads of cable here. So if I come along to the machine that's making the components, and I give that all my copper, then it's going to make like 16 electronic components, and that's going to make almost no difference. Oh. You know what? Would probably be a good idea if I can go and find some electronic components that are backed up in a machine or on a belt or something like that, like these ones here. Steal all of these and put them into the machine making the thingamawhat's-it, making the construction material, then that's probably going to help more than anything else I can do at this stage. And because I'm impatient, I'm going to do it by running along the belt rather than... No, I don't want the batteries. Okay, that's done a pretty good job of hoovering up half of it. Now if I go back round to the other end, then gathering it up again from here is going to be a little bit less painful. Like that. Maybe I should have just upgraded this to a green belt. In fact, I could have upgraded it to a green belt, grabbed all the stuff off it, and then downgraded it back down to a red belt again. Maybe that would have been smart. I don't know. I've lost track of what might or might not be smart at this point. Okay, over here. Have some of that. There we go. And if I've got any left, you can have some as well. I didn't. Okay, well that's going to let it make at least a few construction materials. That's going to help a bit. But at the moment, the system is not in a happy way, I think. The copper shortage is going to be a fairly serious problem. And I'm not sure that the steps I'm taking to solve it are going to be adequate. And eventually, it'll probably work. It'll probably all trickle through and everything will finally get built and start working. But, oh, we've got the third heating tower now, so now we're on to building the actual blast furnace itself. So that's good. Actually, that's good progress. I'm pleased to see that. I wonder how far we are with this one. So get that out and boop. A quarter of the way, actually. So we've got a quarter of the construction material required, and it says 24% there. So that's going, it's going okay, actually. Yeah, that's better than I was expecting. So I'm not too upset about that. Go down the pipe. Bump, 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 bump. Okay, so down here, I need to feed copper into this one, crushed copper into this one. I need to feed I need to feed into the other ones. I'm going to go back up again and have a quick look. This is where multiplayer would be nice. I could have somebody over at the iron one going, yeah, you needed this, this, and that, and the other, and so on and so on. Alright, so this is going to be stone for crushing to make the concrete. Fine. One of these is going to be coked thingy, the other's going to be stone, and the other's going to be, and this one on the end, which is labelled with a screen, there we go, is going to be copper in whatever form it is that we need copper in. Because that's got 2 belts at the top of it, loading it into the blast furnace, because we need twice as much of that as everything else, or significantly more of it anyway. Yeah, unpaid interns are very, very handy. Could do with more of those. So let's put in the inserters first. So we're going to have 2 going in there to that one, 1 going into that one, 1 going into that one, 1 going into that one. There we go. And we can just put the same conveyor through both of these. That's going to be stone. That's going to be stone. That's the easy one. This is going to be coked ignium, which is not too difficult. And these 2 are going to be crushed copper. Pretty sure it's crushed copper. Let's try and check. I don't think I can, because I don't think it shows the recipes in here for the metallurgy. Maybe it shows them in here. If I go down to the buildings and machines and the blast furnace. Fuel and mineral, hot air stove, fine. Hot air. The fuel is coked ignium, the metal, and the mineral rock. Okay. Okay, it doesn't say, but I am pretty sure it was the crushed stuff they require. So we are going to have all of these are of course in the wrong order, because the copper is going to be coming from that direction, from the vein mining, and the other 2 are going to be coming from over there, but that's okay, we can jump the belts over each other. We're also going to need to get past these copper belts, which actually in hindsight want to be running along here, along this wall. So I'm going to do this for the moment. And then this, because hang on, before I put that in, let's have a quick look at the map. Okay, the stone is here, so we could have the stone come out here, straight into this, into here, so that's fine. So I can run that to, well, this will be my, we'll run it onto there for now. And then run this one. Doodle-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. To here. Here. And then put that in there. Wait, this isn't what I was going to do. Come on, Laurence, sort it out. We're going to have an up ramp here. Then we're going to bring the second belt along here, above it, so it doesn't take up any more space. So this can come along to here. What? No, not that bit. Thank you. And I'll remove... you would then be the first one. So let's put you there like that. And I want to remove all this belt, because this is from the previous idea that I've changed my mind about. And again, from there to... This is a slower process than I would like. Even using the rapid deletion thing, there's just so much of it. There we go. So now we've got the 2 belts coming along here. One's above the other. That's good. It keeps them out of the way. And then this one, and then we remove. I mean, to be honest, I don't really care too much about what's travelling along this corridor because this is going to be less congested. So for now, we'll bring this to here, and I'll get past the corner before I go down because I can see the corner being a busy area. So do that, and then I can put my down ramp in here like that. There we go. So there's my 2 belts of copper. It's a little bit of a mess on the corner here. Ideally, they probably come all the way along to... Well, actually, if I get more belts coming through here, they will eventually fill up the whole place, and it looks slightly less messy. So, I don't think I care at the moment. Right, most important question. Where is that stone patch? Down there. Right. Okay. So what I'm going to do here is dig out a tunnel, a hole in the wall here that's going to be for my elevator. One, 2. It's probably going to be 5. Yeah, 5 deep, I think. Like so. Yep, there we go. Perfect. And then I can put in my elevator at the back of this. Elevator, like so. And that gives a bit of room to put all the sort of the belts and shenaniganery that's going to happen with this in here as well. I can then come in here and I'll do another ping just to make sure this is going to work. Yeah, I think there's just about room there. Then I can dig a nice small tunnel down from here. Till I get down level with that stone patch, which is going to be about here. Yep, that'll a little bit further. And this was, yeah, right next to the elevator. So now I can... do that, and then switch over to the 4x4 and do that. There we go, there's the elevator, and I can also take out the top part of this as well. And if I just carry on through this wall, I should find the stone patch fairly quickly. Yep, there we go. Boom, just like that. Then I'm going to want a big hole going all the way around this. So I could invite some of the unpaid interns in. Yeah, I don't know whether when they're all free and available. So there might be some problems with that. But yeah, maybe I should be. Maybe I should be trying to recruit some more players. I don't know how big this is. Let's dig out that area and find out. The thing is, down here now, I'm going to need to put in. I'm going to need to put in the elevator, the bottom end of the elevator, which is in here. That one, and the bottom like that. We'll let them start digging their way out between them. And then down here, well, we'll have the belts. We'll have the. I'm going to need the ground to be one level lower than this. Come to think of it. So let's say, actually, I want to dig out from there to. I don't even know where you're going to, but yeah, sure, whatever. Knock all that out. Because this is going to need to be filled with foundation, because we're going to need power for all the mining drills. We're going to need to find the edge of the stone patch here. And then I can put in the miners, start digging the stone out, send it round on the belts, ship it out up the elevator. And of course, all of this is going to require power, which we don't have yet. But you know, we'll get there. We'll get there. Oh, I got that exactly right. So we want to extend that out like that. How far can we go? So I've gone 20 that way. That's probably too. That's probably about right, actually. Let's do a block 20 by 20 if I can. It's about 20 by 20. And yes, 5 high. Tunnel. Right. Actually, this isn't going to be wide enough over here. I'm not going to be able to get, because you need 4 blocks wide around the edge of your ore patch in order to get in. You need 2 blocks for the mining drill. Then you need 1 block for the inserter and 1 block for the belt. So yeah, I've kind of undercooked this a little bit. I'm going to need to take off another piece off this wall, all the way over to there. which is... No, I don't need to go up 2, I need to go 1. 28 is probably further than necessary. Take out that as well. Oh, jeez. I'm glad I've got these little robot guys. Doing this with the mining laser is a bit of a hassle, and it does take rather a long time, and is a bit slow and frustrating. It's only slightly better doing it with these guys, but at least while they're working, I can do other things like this. So I want a block of 4 of size 4 going over that way like that, and then of size 4 going across there. I'm going to have a little bit of a problem there because of the elevator, but never mind. We can deal with that. And by deal with that, I mean just not put any mining drills in there. It's fine. I just didn't have quite enough room. Sorry. Over here, however, we seem to have a good amount of space. In fact, yeah, this is spot on. I judged that. I was going to say I judged that perfectly. That's not true. I just happened to get lucky and make it exactly the right size. Dug exactly the right distance beyond the mineral ore patch. So that's handy. I approve of that. Then over here, how are we getting on this way? This side, right? That appears to be... Is that the edge? I'm not sure. Let's go in another 4. So I want to go 4 by 20. Maybe 5 by 20 just to make sure. 22 is approximately 20. Dig all of that out and continue with this over this way as well. And if I go a little bit too far, it doesn't actually matter. I can make this square that I'm going to put all the mining drone miners on a little bit bigger, and that'll be absolutely fine. It's not a problem. What is a problem is if it's slightly too small, because then I can't get everything passed in a nice neat box, and it looks wrong, and everybody has a sad. Let's assume I've got it right. I know this is a dangerous assumption, but let's try. So far, it does appear that I've got that in exactly the right place. I'm learning to judge how big these ore patches are quite well, I think. I might have gone too far this way, but again, it doesn't really matter. And then somewhere through here is my other... is the other side of my everything. Which I think is probably going to be one more through this way. So let's try that. Let's do that much. Let's dig out all of that and see how we go. Go to there, and then as we dig through here, we're definitely going to find the place I've just built from. I just don't know if we're going to be sort of spot on, perfectly lined up with it. And we are. Nice. So that then builds out like that. And this is going to work perfectly, except there's not going to be any power down here. So, you know, I'll put that in first, because otherwise it feels a little bit silly to put in a system that we know 100% isn't going to work. So I'll dig the power channel. This actually is probably going to be this one that's the power channel, isn't it? Let's put foundation in both of them just to make it neat. So then go back up here. There isn't going to be any power at the top of here either yet, but that's going to be something we will fix. So up here, I need to run the trench round here as usual, as is traditional. There we go. And I'm going to need to put in a transformer. Do I have any transformers? Of course, oh yes I do. I've got some large transformers. Fine, we'll use a large transformer. How big is a large transformer? Large transformer is 4 by 3 by 3. Okay, that's not too bad. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I can now put one of those in here. Which end is your... No, it's the other end. Fine. Or is it smack in the middle? It might be smack in the middle. I think it's in the middle. Alright, you know what? I'm going to dig out this bit across the top as well, because otherwise it's going to look silly. And we can't have my factory looking silly. Now I can link that to there. And then I can get... Oh, I could have linked it to this one. Never mind. Crap, I forgot to put in the foundation underneath this, so this is probably not going to work. Or at least if it does work, it isn't going to work properly. Pull it back out again, so it can be easier that way. Dig up all of that, and switch over to the small bit like that. And then this goes from here to here. Boom, just like that. Then I can put that large transformer in, like so. And then I can put that power cable in, like so. And then I've got power up here, which means I can bring the rock out when it finally gets up here. And also, I can grab that, I can go to vertical drag, and I can do this. And connect it in there. Right, so now we have power top and bottom. So we're going to have, probably what we're going to have is two inserters down here at most. Let's start with one and see how we feel about that, because I can now run a green cable out from a green belt out from there, all the way around the outside of this thing. Ideally, not inside the walls. There to there to there to there. I don't even know how many of the drone miners it takes to fill one of these up, but we're going to find out. Well, we're going to find out if we can. Like that. And then I can now start putting in the drone miners. I've only got 8 of them. That's a bit of a fail. Actually, you know what? Let's start putting in the cheap drone miners because I've got more of those. And then we can worry about it later. So 1, 2, and then over here. In the past, I've tried putting more... I've tried having more belts coming out of these, and maybe in the future I will do something like that with this one. But at the moment, I suspect these drone miners are going to be more than capable of filling up, of supplying our requirements of ore on with a single green belt's worth. I don't think I'm going to be using more than a green belt's worth of stone with this. So I expect this to be plenty. Right, and now these all need exerters, of course, which I don't need to program because they will automatically be put in as exerters because you can only exert from a drone miner. So that's nice and easy. I don't need to worry about the settings on those. Just shove them all in like this. Just go nuts. This is the sort of thing that maybe I should copy-paste. I need to get into the habit of having actual blueprints in this game, rather than just going, yes, I want another one of those, I shall copy and paste what I've already got. Because the copy-paste system does support blueprints, I've just never really been very good at setting them up. Did I misput? So, yeah. But anyway, that's now going to be a supply of stone. I said that's going to be a supply of stone. Can we have some stone? Let's put them all down as inserters. How has it done that? Then that's not supposed to happen. And I didn't notice because I was too busy. I was too busy not looking at them because I was just putting them in, and they don't really take their colour until a sort of a few seconds after they've been placed. Right, there we go. That's a massive quantity of output there. It's all trying to be put into here. That's not doing anything. Why is that not doing anything? You're an inserter, inserting into a thing. Maybe we've filled the lift up already. That is possible. Let's go up to the top and make sure there's some coming out of the top here. So now I can put in another exerter here like this. I can tell that to be an exerter. Boop, like that. And then I can run another belt from here out across here, and I'll run this one along. Hang on, where's the coal coming from? The coal's coming from the other side. Typical. It's going to try and come straight through this wall. It's going to be a wall of green belts. It's going to have to come underneath that and pop up in here, or over the top and come down through the ceiling. That's not a serious problem. However, it does mean it would be sensible then to put this belt along the near side, because it's going to be less in the way if it comes along here, like this. Like I said, I'm pretty sure we don't need to do anything clever with with the stone, we can just pump it straight up into the factory like that. I'm going to need to... Right, so that's stone. There we go. Got a nice supply of stone coming through. That's working well. So, let's do coal... Let's do the copper next, because that's going to be relatively easy. Because I've got the crushers with me. I won't have to go back and get more mining drills, which I would if I was going to set up the coal. So what's going to happen with that? Well, we've got a flood of it coming up here. I'm going to need to intercept this lift, aren't I? I'm going to need to move the top of the lift from being up there to being here. So we'll assume that I will do that. In fact, I will hollow out a space here for it to be done in. But yeah, in order to get this to work, I'm going to need to hijack this lift and put the top of it here, so we can spit it out here and send it down that way. That's fine, but I will also need to hijack this lift once we get the fracking going. Actually, so this isn't even going to need to be hijacked. This isn't even going to need to be a lift. Once the fracking gets started, we'll just bring the belts from here down into this tunnel, combine them all into one green belt perhaps. Oh, actually no, we'll just bring them around here, then post them through this hole here. So this belt, we would have a green belt coming from here, coming out to yeah, just falling into space apparently like that. That's good. So we'll do that. Actually, given where the cable is running, let's not interfere with the cable. Let's come across one more. Like that. And then I can dig out a couple of bits like that. Then we can have a green ramp coming down. You are down? You are down. Excellent. Zoom to there. And we'll have a green belt will come from here. Now this one, as I say, this one won't kick in until the fracking starts. Is that a problem? We shall decide later. But along here, I'm going to need the same system. Oh, I'm going to need the same system I built up over in the iron area, but doing a different recipe. It's very tempting to go over and copy that, or at least have a look at it and look at the numbers on it. Let's do that. And get some more mining drills while I'm at it. There's a way out over here. Whoosh! How are you getting on with your building? Where's my clipboard? There's my clipboard. How are you doing? 38%. It's not made an enormous amount of progress. It's made 14% while I was down there messing around with all of that, which is not amazing. We should have, yes, there we go. We've now got a load of lift wagons, elevator cars, whatever you want to call them, in this elevator heading up there. So that's, the stone is now available in the elevator, which is a good start. Let's go and get, right, so we're going to go and get some more drone miners. Drone miner 2 specifically, because why not? Then I'm going to go and have a look at the iron smelter, count up some machine numbers, and see, just check everything is doing what I think it's doing. And then I can come back over and get the coal being dug up and being coked, and then get the copper ore being crushed when we finally have some copper ore, and hopefully that'll be enough to get the system up and running. If I can see any more, if I can find any more electronic components, I shall schnaffle them, because they're kind of needed. But I don't think they really get left on the belts in large numbers. And it takes quite a lot to make the construction material, which is really rather unfortunate. Yeah, there's a load of cable there, but no, we're not getting any electronic components out. This has stopped. Yeah, it's all a bit sad. So if I find any more electronic components, I will also schnaffle those. There's going to be a few in here, isn't there? But again, they're getting pulled into the machines really rather quickly as well. Oh, no, this belt's filled back up again. Awesome. Well, in that case. So what I was going to do last time, and what I realised I should have done last time, is this. Boop. And then just grab them off the end of the belt like this. This is much easier. Nom 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 nom. And then... Oh, nom. No, nom. And then, what was it? B, and then red belt, and then boop. Right, so that's some at least. Now, let's go and find those drone miner 2s. If you were a mining drill 1, if you were a mining drill 2, where would you be? Not it really matters if I use mining drill 1s or mining drill 2s. Because they're all... I think they're the same speed. What goes into a mining drill 2 anyway? That'll help me find it, find where it is. Mining drill 2 is a drone mine, green circuits. So that's going to have to be all the way over here. Blimey. No, this is all the belt stuff. What's going on through here? Transport ship, freight elevator 2s, chemical processors, passenger elevators, fluid assemblers. Nope, must be further down here then. Crusher 2, large smelter. Assembly line, assembly line, assembly line, assembly line. Mining drill 2, here we go. So somebody did suggest a while back that I should put the machines on top of the machines that make them. So if I take one of these and put it here, it won't let me because there's nothing to mine in range. But for some things, I could put an assembly machine on top of the machine that makes assembly machines, for example, and so on and so on. And that would probably help a little bit and make things a little bit saner. Maybe. It'd look a lot messier. What I actually want is a massive flat screen or a sign of some sort on the top of the assembly machines saying what each assembly machine makes. If it was just a flat screen, so you can look down on it from above, or even a vertical one, so you can see it on all 4 sides, where it just showed a big icon of the thing it's making, that would probably be enough. Now, I'd still struggle with some of the more obscure machines, like the arc furnace, for example, because I have no idea what look. That's just a grey thing, as far as I'm aware. But most of them will look sufficiently different for that to be quite effective. Alright, so we built all of the above ground stuff. That was just a giant copy and paste. Then underground. Bonk. Right, so yes, yes, it is the stone that's being fed in there. Good, I got that right. And yes, I was right about all the things. I just want to check out the numbers. So in here, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, that seems like an odd number, but it is literally an odd number, but all right. Per green belt, and then there's a couple of extra ones in here because I wanted to empty my inventory somewhere. So let's pull that guy up. He's not doing anything. So yeah, 9 per belt of those. So 9 per belt copper crush. And then 1 coal, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 advanced smelters. Five smelters. Okay. I think that's all I need to know over here. I've mostly used yellow belts for loading things apart from the ore, so maybe I'll do some downgrading. Yeah, I think that's probably everything I need from over here. And the system seems to be working quite nicely. We're still making concrete to fill up the massive long belt of doom that goes all the way back over to the other end of the universe. But yeah, we need quite a bit of it. Alright, it's now 1.5 kilometres to fly back over to get to the copper vein. So let's set off, head over that way. Yes, thank you, regular. Yes, I did add 2 machines, and I've removed. I did remember that, and I went and checked the lane that didn't have one of those machines in it, and then I went in and took out the other machine. So yes, but yeah, well spotted. Oh, and well done on the 40 stream streak, Sophia. That's impressive. That is many streams. This is the mountain that I spent quite a lot of time blowing up in order to try and get space for building my robots in, isn't it? Oh no, not well, kind of. It's the same sort of general mountain range. Quite a big mountain. Maybe I should blow up more of it. But blowing mountains up is such a slow process. Nearly there. Nearly there. Oh, I didn't unload the electronic components I picked up into the machine that's making the thing in what's it. Oh, nope, didn't quite hit the hole. Down we go. Just needed a little bit of a wiggle to get in there. Okay, so over here, in these walls, we're going to put in the bits and pieces to deal with those resources that we're talking about. So, no, don't use that one. Let's use this one. How big is a crusher? A crusher is 2, so we need a hole of 6 for it to fit into with all its shenaniganry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we'll go back. And how many is it doing? 9, so it needs to be 18 deep. Let's make it 20 deep, so I've got a little bit of space. And we'll do the full 5 high. I also need to go down one additional one as well, which I didn't add in, because this is where the foundation is going to go. And that's to be, what, it's 20, wasn't it? 20. Right, so dig all this stuff out. Also, I'm going to just dig a trench all the way along here. Like this. And this. And then I can put in the foundation. We're still in vertical mode. We're still in vertical mode. I can put foundation all the way along here. Dig. Thank you. In order to get the power over to this area, because we're going to obviously we're going to need power for all of our crushers and things. So, and that's low voltage power. I don't need to worry about high voltage anywhere for any of this. So bring that all the way across there, and then we'll start to fill this in. While that's being dug up, I suppose I might as well get with the belting part. I've still got almost 300 of them left, so we'll bring in a belt here like that, and then we'll have our crushers. We'll go in the middle of here. I've got 21 crushers. I know. I checked when I picked something up. There it is, crusher 2. So we need 9 of these. Well, we'll just put 1 in, and then we'll use copy paste for the rest of it because I'm not that much of a masochist. So in and out and shake it all about. You're going to be crushing copper. I said copper. Like that. Good. Continue digging this out because I feel like it'd be cheating not to. Even though the copy-paste system will let you cheat disgustingly like that. But there we go. Dig all that out. You know what, I'll put the foundation as well, just because, why not? Then it makes it slightly easier the next step. Dig all the ceiling out, and then get out the copy-paste tool, and we'll go from, we will select an area. We'll go from there to there to there. We will say, I would like to copy and place, and go, hang on. Does it include the original one? Yes, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Confirm paste. Boom! There we go. I didn't put a belt in. I mean, of the things to forget, that's probably the easiest to fix. Belt. Bunk. And input belt. No. Like that. Okay, so that's my first input belt. In fact, you know what? I'll link it up to here because why not? There we go. So that's going to be a supply of crushed thingamawhatsit. I am now going to need to do this all over again. So I'm going to select a new area, and I'm going to get from here. All right, here. Fine. You may, if you insist. From here to here, and to here. And to here, copy that, and then I'm going to put in another one. I don't know how and where I'm going to put this. We'll start I'll start by putting it there, and then I'll correct it, I guess. So it comes out to here. No, it comes out one more than that. It also then comes all the way down to the floor, like that. And then it comes across this way a suitable distance, so that they're not too close together. And there's oodles of room down there, so that's fine. And I'm avoiding the pylon, so that is also fine. And then this is what I'm referring to as it being a bit cheaty, because you can do a demolished terrain like that, and boom, suddenly there's just a hole you can put it into. And then you can do a confirm paste, and just like that, we've built it. However, I suspect I've not put the foundation in underneath this. Oh, yes I did, because I copied that as well. Yeah, so now, just as easy as that, boom, we've got the second one of these built and fully operational. So, this is then going to come around here and over the top of that, like so. Which one are you? You're the second one that wants to be the outer belt. Let's go to there, and then from there into there, and then we're going to have the first one come along here like this, also over that. Yeah, nice. Fixed point there, and we're going to go up one. Go across all of this, fixed point there, and down again, and join onto there. Right, so now I've got my two inputs here. That belt. Oh no, I didn't mess that up. So that is now going to produce. I think actually I could have done this with one single green belt. Because no, I don't think I could actually. I think this is correct. So that's now two of my inputs sorted. Once I start putting copper onto this belt. And there's no point in putting copper onto this belt until the system up top side has been finished. But it is, we've still got a dribble of copper going off down that way, so that's kind of okay. So the next thing to sort out is going to be the cooked coal. So if we do a ping here, we can see that the coal is off somewhere. No, not you. Down there. Jeez. Okay. That is distant. So we'll use this tunnel since we've got it. Come along to about here. And then, yeah, basically this is going to be a case of repeating what I did with the stone. I'm going to dig a tunnel through here. I'm not going to dig quite as big a one as have done in the past. We'll make it 2 wide because I don't know why. Just it seems like a better idea than making it 1. 3 high, and then I'll make it bigger at the other. Once we get to the other end, I'll then spread it out a little bit so there's room to put in the whatchamacallit. Oh, I'm also going to need power along here as well, so I'll dig a trench through here like this, and then come back and sort of extend that as we go. I need to keep an eye on where the igneous ore is, so I don't get too close to it. I got a bit closer than I would ideally have liked to the other one, the stone. So this is too close. You'll notice that here I'm standing directly above the edge of it. Maybe I'm now 1 square. Yeah, this is the 1 square out. So ideally, I want to leave 1, 2, 3, 4 squares for the the mining setup. That'll include a belt. So then one for the inserter going the other way, and 1, 2, 3 for the drill. So let's then do 1 more for the drill, and put the drill in here, just leaving an extra space for sanity and other similar things. So yeah, I can put the drill in here, and then we can have a couple of holes going down here to allow me to tunnel my way, get myself and my toys up and down there. So that's going to need this to be extended like this. In fact, if I'm putting the drill here, I'm going to need a little bit more space in this. Not the drill. If I'm putting the elevator here, like this, although this will be a top part of it, then I'm going to need a little bit more space here for, well, me. Me and my belts. So tunnel that bit out like that. That's fine. I can now put in the foundation like that. And did I just put foundation in underneath here? No, good, because there's rock there. Okay, that's fine. I will then dig an adjacent hole. So I'll dig a hole down here. But you know what? If I make this a 2x2, it'll take longer to drill. But I'll have space to bring the power up as well. Actually, I think this might be slower and not worth it. I probably should have done a 1x1 and then come back and done another 1x1 afterwards. Because drilling in a direct straight line with gravity either directly with you or against you is actually really quite quick. It's going horizontally that's a bit slower because you need to do because you're 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide. You need to do both. You need to dig two blocks out, which aren't necessarily directly in line with each other. But I've got this far down, so I think I might as well just carry on. That's about right. Or have I got... Not quite. That's quite a small coal patch. That worries me a little bit. I may find myself at some point bringing in coal from somewhere else, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, so I've come down here. Was the drill here? Yes, good. So that's where the drill goes. I'm also going to need a footpath going around the outside of it, because of course I am. And I'm going to need the power's going to come down here, isn't it? So I'm going to also need a trench round here for the power. And through here. And this is about the point where I start doing the automated digging, because I'm not doing anything precise. I'm just opening up large areas, and never mind. I've made a extra hole there, but that's okay. Right, so now I can switch back over to this drill tool and go from there out by, what was I was doing about 20, wasn't I, before? So 25 by 15 is probably 20 something by 15 is probably reasonable, and I want to be about 5 tall. There we go. So those can start digging that out while I get on with the putting in the foundations around here. Now, I can't do the whole thing at this point because there's because if I go all the way up there and lay the foundation on that part, then I'll lose connection to. I'll be too far away from the stuff that the bots are digging out, so none of that will happen. Okay, we are basically on top of it. It's not too far away then. I think I might be digging this out a little bit bigger than necessary. May not have judged this one quite as well as the last one. It's a smaller patch, maybe. Let's find the sort of the edges of it a little bit, and then come back round and out. And then if I go back to this tool, I think I can cancel. Yes, I can hit Y to tell it I don't want to dig up those areas. Right. So now let's put in. I think certainly over here, the edge of the ore patch is there. That's one. And then from there I need to go out a little bit further. Oh, and over here, where's my edge this way? Is this as far out as it sticks? I can't tell. Looks like it. Yeah, okay, so we'll assume that. Cancel that again. Right, so over here, I want to put in 1, 2, 3, 4. This comes over this way like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, so that's a corner. So I can now go back over to here and get from there all the way out to 1, 2, 3, 4. So I want 21 by 20, say. Like that. Close enough. 5 high. Dig all that bit out. And I now need to find the opposite side of the coal patch, but I've done pretty well at getting out a nice neat cube here. I think this is better than just going in and throwing explosives. It's not quite as exciting, but I think it's more effective at getting me the spaces I need and not ending up with a really awkward, weird shape that's a pain to to work with and to dig around in. And also I can just sort of then fill the whole area in with foundation like this, and that's really easy. Except no, I don't want to fill the whole area in. I want this 4x4. I want this 4 wide strip going all the way around the outside of it, like this. Yes, this is how I want to build. Yeah, so this is going quite well. Digging out lots of the stone around here. Probably have trains by the time the coal runs out. Maybe you're right. Maybe I will. I feel like coal goes quite a long way when you're coking it for smelting, for blast furnacing rather. It's other things that you use it for where it doesn't last quite as well. So yeah, you may be right. Maybe the trains update will have come out by the time I've finished burning through this patch. But we'll see. I wouldn't like to say that with too much certainty. Right, and then over here, I've only got half the width I need. Okay, well, that's easy enough to fix. Get this guy out again. 1, 2, 3. Well, we go. We fall off the edge, of course. We come over to here, and we go by 21 by 3, and then up to height of 5, and take that part out as well. Right, and while these guys are doing that, let's start actually putting down some drills, because there's no point in me watching every step, every little move they make. 1, 2, 3, 4, and I'm going to put 4 on each side of the patch. 1, 2, 3, 4, and now they're going to stop working because I've flown away from them, but that's okay. I'll get back round there at some point. And they've done all the important parts of the digging already. It's now I'm just there's a bit of tidying up to make the room a nice, tidy, neat cube shape, but basically they're done. Default this time. I should probably put them in. You see what I mean? They take a little while, and they're drawn in silver in the first place before they actually go the sort of the bronzy colour to say that they're actually outputs. What do you mean? Oh yeah, I was going to say, what do you mean no power? No, it's okay. I haven't linked it up yet. That's fine. Is as expected. 4, and then over here, 1, 2. I'm stuck. 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and foundation. Zoop, like that, and then right. Where do we? Let's do the belt from here. I've nearly run out of belt. Let's start off with yellow belt, and then switch to green belt. Halfway round later. I don't know. I probably don't need anything faster than. Yes, just go straight through. That's good. I don't actually need anything faster than yellow belt for this, I don't believe. So bring it over to here like so. I haven't even put the bottom of the elevator. Wait, what? No, I haven't even put the bottom of the elevator in. That was a mistake, because if I put it in, it could have started digging its way through for me, but never mind. Bottom, like that. There we go. And then we'll finish this patch off. We'll finish this off like that, and that, and that. Just so I've got something, basically so I've got something to stand on. Then I need another inserter there. I need this belt to go into there like that. And I think that's down here done. The question is, do I have enough faith in my building to just go, yep, that's done, I'm going to go away now and leave it alone? And probably, but I'm not 100% sure. Right, so let's go from here. I want to do this. I need to take this all the way back down. And that's too far. Great. So we'll go to that far. And then off the bottom there, go down to here. So there's my power connection. All these guys should now, yep, there you go, they're all working. So that'll feed that out into the elevator. The elevator will eventually dig all the way down. It's about halfway now, that's not doing too badly. And we'll have, and then we'll have the coal coming up here. And that means I can then unload it up here with one of these guys. You're going to be an exerter, like that. And you know what, let's carry on with the yellow belt, because if there's a yellow belt feeding in, having anything more than a yellow belt feeding out is a bit unnecessary. And then we can hop over that. get to here, and then try desperately to remember where everything is. Right, so I can put in my coking in this sort of area along here, possibly in the walls. Actually, no, if there's room, let's bring the coke along to here, and then no, there isn't really room. No, all right, we'll do the coking in the walls over here, I think, because there isn't really as much space as I would like to do it further along. So this is going to come along here a little bit further. Then we're going to knock out another 6 by whatever. 6 by not very much, in fact. So I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by 2, isn't it? Let's make it 3, just so it's recessed slightly, because that's going to do the crushing. And then we need 5 smelters. How big is an advanced smelter? An advanced smelter is 3 by 3, and it's 6 tall as well. So it's going to need to be a slightly bigger hole. Also going to need to do that for foundation. That's deeper than I intended, but never mind. Never mind. It doesn't actually matter. So we'll put that there. Then I can put my crusher in the back of here. Crusher. The belt, which already has coal on it, fantastic, can go in there. And then let's tell you to make the ignium ore. I'm not quite sure what ignium ore is. I mean, you're turning coal. I suppose you're turning coal rubble into coal. I guess. It's the same speed in and out, so I can use the same belts. That's good. That's why I was staring at the screen blearily, trying to work it out. So yeah, we can use one inserter in, one inserter out. In, out, shake it all about, toggle that, turn it round, bring the belt back out, a few pieces along here, and then it's time to make another hole. This one is going to be, so this is going to need to be 7 wide, and it's going to need to be 3 times, it's going to need to be 15 deep, or maybe 16 if I continue my pattern of having an extra space. 16 deep, and it's going to need to be 7 high? Yeah, 7 high, and then also 7 by 16 for the floor to fill up with foundation to get power into this whole area. I'll start laying this out through here like that. Right, so that's now enough space there for me to put in an advanced smelter. So we'll put you... Can't really see. We'll put you... I can't see at all. We'll put you there. So recess slightly, for neatness sake. We don't need to program these guys, so we can just bring this belt in. No, we'll just bring this belt in here like that. And oh, I don't know what the let's have a look at let's have a look at the numbers on this. Is this a making this coked gubbins? Is that 1 to 1? No, 2 in, 5 out. Okay, so we'll put a green belt on the output and go, that's probably going to be quick enough. Like this. There we go. And then it's time for the inserters. Bim, 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 bim. And you're an exerter, not an inserter, so we toggle you over. And then we need to go and concentrate on the actual digging process, because I need this hole now. Alright, blast through all of this. Yeah, when you're a little bit more involved with the mining, it does go a little bit more quickly, because if you go and stand next to the things you're trying to dig out, the bots don't have to fly as far, so everything goes much, much quicker. So there you go, that's... Oh, there's a bit of ceiling left. Okay, now we're done. So now I can get out the copy-paste-ometron, and I can go, I would like to do a new area. I want to get that to... from there to there to there. And I would like to copy and place, and I wanted to have 5 of these guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Perfect fit. Almost like I did the maths. Boop. There we go. So now that is my coked ignium, also known as coke. So today I've been making coke. Don't tell the drugs people. Right. And now I can bring this along here. This is going to have to go up to get over those belts, but that's fine. If we go to here and then up. No. Ooh. I'm pressing all of the wrong buttons today. Go to there and then go up. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Then go to there and go down and promptly run out of belts. Good. I feel like I could nick some of these because there is nothing coming along these, but that's cheeky. I could turn some of these into yellows. Yeah, let's do that. Let's turn a few of these into yellows. And hopefully that was enough. I don't think it will be, actually. Well, maybe, no, actually, probably will. So that goes there, and that goes there, and there's my Coke. Phew. So that is now, I believe, I've got everything set up except for the input of copper ore into the crushers to make the crushed copper ore, or the copper ore rubble to make the copper ore. And I don't want to switch that over until the building is actually ready, because as soon as I turn it on, all of my copper is going to disappear. All my copper that's supplying all the rest of my factory is going to disappear. Is there a way out here? Stuck on all the elevated belts. Yes, there is. Let's go and see how it's. Let's go and see how it's getting on. There we go. Rage. And it's still there. There are still construction drones flying around it, which is a sign that it's not. Obviously, it's a sign it's not finished. 48%. Right. I think this is a sign that I need to go back over and hand over. I need to hand over those electronic components that I picked up before, and I need to get some more of them as well. That'll give it a nice kick, and maybe get another 10 or maybe even 20% of it done. Which will bring it up to maybe 3/4 at best. Oh, there's a ship going out with some bits for it, so it's being very, very slow due to the lack of copper, but it is kind of sort of working very, very slowly. So if I paused the game and went off and, I don't know, got second dinner or something like that, then it would probably be finished by the time I got back. Or if I left the game running all week or something daft like that, then yes, it'd be finished. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to come over here and I'm going to give you, there we go, 81 electronic components. Then I'm going to fly back over here again and go, do you have any more electronic components? But you do, lovely. Well, let's turn you into I don't have any green belts. Let's go and get some more green belts, because that is a thing I'm very short of. How many have we got? 352. It's some, I suppose. And we're only going to use them temporarily over here. So I can come drop down here and I can go, hello, how would you like to be a green belt? Bip. And then I can go, steel. So when drones bring things to you, when you use the mining drone system and they're bringing over all of the stone that you're or whatever you're digging up, it tells you how much you've got each time you pick one up. But when you pick things up like this, it doesn't. And I feel that's the wrong way round, because when I'm doing this, I actually care about how many I've got. When I'm doing the other, I actually don't. So yeah, oh well. But never mind. Right, fly over here and put these into here. Ooh, you know what I might be able to do? I might be able to steal some construction material out of this spaceport. If I come over here and go, you, priority that way, and then I go to here and go, give me that. Give me that. Oh, my inventory's full. Rage. Oh, what have I got? I've got some mineral rocks. Don't care about mineral rocks. Definitely don't care about tree seeds. Don't care about 4 jetpack fuels. Do care about 54 of those things, which I can then fly over to here. Do you have an inventory? Do you have an inventory I can shove stuff into? You do. Excellent. There we go. I can dump all that into there, and now I've now unloaded a bit of my inventory into it. We're now next time the ship comes over, and here it comes now. I think we're gonna be able to take that over to the building site, and that's gonna help. It's a good 200. Well, that's gonna help. It was 200 thing is, we're getting quite a lot flowing out here, because you build, this does come out quite quickly. So each time this recipe runs, you do make quite a lot of construction material. It's expensive to run it. It's 15 electronic components and a load of other stuff, which is technically more expensive. But it does make 150 construction material. So that 200 I just pulled out of the spaceport actually isn't that much. That's only one build's worth. So yeah, it's going to make a lot less of a difference than I thought it was. Oh well. Still, we have a load of it pouring out here now out of both of these machines. Yeah. And that's going to definitely be making a big difference over there. And at some point, even to make it even better, once we finish making the blast furnace, we can then put it there. We'll then start building the fracking tower over there, and that will allow us to get even more copper out of the system over there. So it's going to be fantastic, very, very useful. Okay, I think that's that's sort of fixed the immediate problem with that system. The next thing is going to be putting in more belts, getting more of it running through, making sure the blast furnace is actually running, and making sure that we have a steady stream of copper coming through. Also, tapping off a little bit of that copper to go back over to go into the green circuit production system, because I've nicked the copper supply from there. Or rather, because I'm going to completely nick the copper supply from it as soon as the blast furnace is finished. But yeah, I feel like we're making good progress on that. It's been a bit of a weird one today with the with us running out of such a basic material and having so much trouble getting hold of it, even though there's a massive supply of it available over here. But I think things are now starting to come together quite nicely. It's just now I've got all of the inputs together, ready to go into that blast furnace. So as soon as it finishes building, it can kick in, and I believe should start producing copper. I think everything is now linked. Oh no, except for the copper input. I believe everything else is now completely linked up and ready to go. TM. So I'm just going to come back over here and poke it with the clipboard again and see how it's getting on. Boop. 52%. That's not as good as I was expecting it to be, but then we do require 22,000, and it may make about 150 at a time. So we need another 10,000, 150, 1,500. So we need to run the production machines about 100 times. That's a lot. When it takes 15 electrical components every time. So we need 1,500 electrical components, and I'm going in and grabbing maybe 100 at a time. That's not ideal, to be quite frank. Can I nick a boatload of copper from anywhere? So we've got this system over here that is generating copper. Fine. It's not even generating it as fast as it possibly could, because I don't know, these belts are stuttering on the way in. And then not all of the furnaces are running. Oh, we've got jams on the way out. Right, okay. That's relatively easy to fix. Now I've got a few more of these things. So if I switch over to that, then it's bump, and bump, and there we go. There's going to be more of that coming out now. And you know what? Let's prioritise the output down here. Let's say we want all the copper to go that way, because we're still going to be making electronic circuits. We're still going to be making green circuits down here, because we've got lots of copper flowing in along here. And these machines all the way along here are going to carry on making green circuits. This bank will stop, sure, but this bank will carry on going as normal, so I think that's probably fine. There's also some excess over here, so let's be even cheekier and put in another down ramp here. And then another one as well, because that's how we're getting power in, apparently. Or how we're getting power between these, one by one. Pew! 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 Crap. That's not going to work. I have to come around this way instead. So, round here, and then down again, please. Down again, please. To, yes, there. No, down, right there. Then come under here. To here, then come up. I said up. There we go. And then come round. Actually, no, don't. Stay stay down. Stay down. Come through to here, and then side load on there. But over here, I will also say output priority should be this way. Not it seems to matter because that's full. Although I reckon that's full because this is now emptying out the buffers in all the machines up here. So these are... There's no point speeding these up actually because we've got 2 blues feeding a green. Two yellows feeding a green. So yeah, I reckon we're emptying the buffers on all of these smelters up here at the moment. So this is dumping out full speed at for now, but then as soon as these buffers start to empty, we're going to find we're not getting it out quite as quick as this, and then we're going to be able to load some of this overflow from here. So I think this is set up sensibly, and we're also now getting a lot more copper through. Now, one thing I am tempted to do is steal an enormous amount of this copper in order to get it to turn into into electronic components, in order to feed it into the construction material production. I'm not sure I can really be bothered to set all of that up, though. Let's go back over to the main factory, see how it's getting on. Now, the thing is, actually, I'm going to be able to easily outrun this copper supply going through there. So let's sort of follow it through, because that's always a fun use of my time. Down here, we will see. Okay, so it's now feeding it down both of the belts, which is sort of satisfying. We've got a bit more going in there than we had before. That's flowing merrily along here. This is working quite well. These green belts are actually pretty quick. I'm surprised by how far I've had to fly down here before I'm finding the front of the sort of the extra amount that's on them. But then, to be fair, they are going almost as quickly as I'm flying, so that's actually pretty impressive. La 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 la. It somehow seems even further when I'm flying down my tunnels rather than flying over the landscape. But oh well. Ah, there we go. There's sort of the front point of where the slight improvements were. So that's then going up there. I can't get up there. Oh, I can get up here though. So we've got a bit more coming through here. I should probably, you know what? While I'm hanging around waiting for things to happen, I might as well demolish the old copper mine, pull up all the resources, and the old copper smelting area. All of this is now completely useless because it doesn't do anything anymore. Or should I leave this here as a monument to my old copper production? I don't know. I'll go over and pull up the copper mine because that's not doing anything useful. But the maybe the smelting area should stay as sort of a monument to something or other. I don't even know what it's a monument to. Right, so pull up from there before I delete it. I don't need to blueprint it though because I'm not going to do that again. I've got the blast furnaces. Yeah, you can tell I opened this up with the explosives, can't you? I just pressed Alt-D in an attempt to demolish stuff. That does not work in this game. It's F in this one. It's like paying respects. And also, it wasn't that hard a build to do. Once I got copy-paste, at least, it was quite straightforward to build the entire the entire copper smelting system. It took me quite a long time to do it initially because I hadn't installed the copy-paste mod at that point. But once I had, and in fact expanding that was the thing that got me to go off and look for a copy-paste. I don't know whether I'd have kept playing or whether I'd have rage quit without it, but without copy-paste, expanding that would have been an enormous pain. So yeah, very glad I did. What is it with you guys and opencast mining anyway? Why are you so obsessed? You just want me to have a blight on my landscape, do you? Oh, I didn't do upwards from that. That should have been from there to there to wherever. Can we actually vaguely functional, please? Oh, I see what's happened here. Demolish it. Come on. Pick it up. There we go. Have to admit, a lot of this stuff is very, very old, low-tier machinery, which I can admittedly upgrade to higher-tier machinery if I can be bothered. The question is, will I actually, or will it just sit in my inventory forever? And frustrating me whenever I go, oh, I need to get rid of this stuff. Probably the latter, but, you know, in theory, I can recycle it all. There we go. That's coming up into the old mine area. I'll pull up the 2 elevators because otherwise they're a bit pointless here. That one and that one. There we go. Right, and yeah, this was my first large-scale smelting facility, I think, where we were bringing it because there was a big copper patch under here, and that was all pulled out, going straight into the smelters here. And I think I certainly built one full lane manually, one piece at a time. It definitely cost me a dime of sanity. I might have then built up the second row, I don't remember. But I certainly used copy-paste in order to get the second floor. My sanity would not have lasted through trying to rebuild the entire thing. Again, slightly higher up. You know, it occurs to me, I'm going to need a lot more power. Because I've suddenly put in some fairly serious... I put in another blast furnace, and blast furnaces are very, very hungry. Let's try and find something where I can check how my what's name is getting on. Actually, does every machine has a connection to the grid, or has display for the grid? I think yes, it does. Okay, so that'll do. Click grid stats there. So. Currently, it is, what time of day is it? It is just gone night time. Okay, so hopefully the batteries are fully charged. The batteries are fairly charged. Solar panels producing no power. Everything's coming out of the batteries. We're using 86 megawatts. I can't tell how much power we're generating from the solar panels now because they've all turned off, and I don't know what. But we're using. Let's call it 100 megawatts, and assume we're going to go up to. Well, I don't know, 120, 124, 124, okay, so we've got 500 solar panels, and each solar panel produces, I know I've got some, I just pick them up, there they are. 650 kilowatts. So that means I need another sort of... To cover the power it's going to use, which is somewhere in the region of 25, I'm going to need something like 50 more solar panels. I'm going to need about another 100 solar panels, I reckon, in order to power that the whole time. Okay, well that's going to be an important thing for us to get set up then. So let's do that now. Solar panels is you guys. Gimme. Right, what do I have in the way of solar panels and batteries? I've got 10 batteries, I've got almost 50 solar panels. Okay, well let's get one more stack of batteries. Let's upgrade the machine that's making the solar panels. So it'll be faster and it'll hold more of them. There we go. Get some more batteries. You are not batteries. We'll get some more batteries. There we go. And we'll go out and we'll expand the solar field even further. To-do list growing longer. Yeah, to-do lists always grow longer. That is in their nature. Now, it's very tempting to put a second floor across here, but even if the game would let me do that, I'm not going to, because that would be really stupid. Look, it would look really stupid having a 2-story solar farm. So I'm not going to do that. All right, over here. Oh, quite a lot of my solar is missing the batteries. Interesting. I'm also not going to have enough cables for this. Let's go and get some more cables, and then start that again. I've got quite a lot of batteries, so I think I might be okay with expanding that out as far as my solar panels will let me. Power line, gimme. Yeah, oh, 200, nice. Yeah, okay, so using the higher tier building, that's going to use a lot of copper to replace that, but never mind. Using the higher tier buildings in order to generate your things that you want to go over and grab large quantities of, very useful. Right, so actually let's copy from here. Let's do something a little bit different. Solar then batteries. Okay, so if I come over to here because I want to get the pylons as well. So I'm going to do a copy from here, and I'm going to select a new area, and I'm going to select from. I'm not going to try and copy that tree because that'd be silly. Select from there. And I want the solar panels, batteries, all the way over to here. And I want the pylon. So I take that, I do a confirm copy. Let's start again and do a copy and place this time. Right, so I want solar panels, so I want from here, by the tree of getting in the way, select an area. I'd like to go from there, 2 rows out to here, so that's that square, and the pylon. So I want all of that, and all of that, and I want to do a copy and place this time. Right, then I was going to say then I want to remove any further pylons, but there aren't any, so that's fine. So I can do copy to paste to there and there. And now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to do the slightly cheaty thing. I'm going to remove all of that terrain that's in the way. I'm going to remove any decor that's in the way, and I'm going to confirm my page. I'm going to go in there with a really large zap noise, and I'm going to run out of batteries again. Interesting. Oh, and solar panels. What? That was a lot more, obviously more solar panels than I was expecting it to be. Also, where's the foundation gone from that's supposed to be under those? And why has it not been demolished? What happened here? How are those, those solar panels are technically, I copied slightly too far across. That's what happened. Okay, well that's broken everything I tried to do. I want to undo that and start again. But I don't think I can. Well, I can do a bulk demolish from here to here. I can't even bulk demolish that much stuff. So I can get rid of all of that. I can do it again over here. Rectangular prism, also known as a cuboid. There to there to there. Boom, get rid of all of that. Get rid of that pylon. Right. Well, that was a fail. Let's try that again and try and get it right this time. So, copy-paste system. Gimme. I would like to select an area, and I'd like to get it right this time. That'd be nice. So I want to go from, there, which is the edge of this solar panel, to to the edge of these batteries. The pylon-y things are part of the solar panels, not the batteries. That's where I went wrong last time. I'll come out to here, and then up to here. Am I in the same place? Yeah. Oh, right. Yes, I am. I see what's happened. So get all of that, copy and place, then drag that across here. That should line up perfectly. Seems to have done. And across to here. Confirm paste. Zap noise. Open the panel. Have it done. That's built. Excellent. That one worked. Now I'm going to need to do a little bit of cabling to make sure everything's connected up properly, because it probably won't be. Yeah. So we're getting all these little bits where like we need to have a. Oh, I don't know. I'm not quite sure how this all needs to be connected up. Okay. Yeah. The solar needs to be connected from one solar panel to the next solar panel at the ends like this, and it would be across there if there was another one. I don't know why that one's not connected and that one's not connected and that one's not connected. That's a bit weird. Oh, they're in double. There's two sets of sort of loops of cabling going around for, I don't know, hysterical reasons. I am. Oh no, that is they are linked together. Okay, that's all right. And then the batteries need to be linked into the pylons, which is why the pylons are there. So we connect you. Oh, the batteries are linked into the pylons. The pylons need to be connected to each other, though. That and that. And then, I think it should all work together as one happy family. I don't know if there's an easy way to tell whether things are connected to the grid or not. I probably should have thought about that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it should be 540 solar panels if we look on the grid. And I don't know how many batteries. Half of that, I think. 520. So something isn't connected here. Yeah, okay, let's select here. That's connected. I think I put in an extra... Maybe I didn't put in an extra 40. How many have I got left? It's got 10 left. No, I've got 17 left. Okay, I don't think I put in an extra 40. I think I only put in an extra 20. Let's do one more block then. I'm going to run out of everything when I do this. But, never mind. I don't want to... That, and that, and that. And then we've run out. That's fine. It was expected. But I can now check what I need more of. I need more building blocks. I need more batteries. I need more solar panels. That's it. Let's go and get that then. And if I can get another inventory load of those, finish off that paste, then I think that's probably going to be just about enough to keep the factory running when I turn the thing back on again. I also possibly want to turn this back on at some point because at the moment I can't get to the space station without going over and poking the that thing. How's the building going on? 25. Okay. I was hoping for more. I was hoping that was going to store more than 25, but never mind. 25. Oh no, I need more foundation first. Foundation comes from over here. And confirm paste. Actually, let's do it from here. Confirm paste. Zap noise. Building blocks okay. Batteries and solar panels still seem to be struggling. And power poles. Do I need to head back over there? Am I too far away for it to know what's going on properly? I don't know what distance the paste is. Oh yeah, there we go. It's fixed. It's done it now. So let's go over there, and I think I need to. I do need to hook up the pylons, and I think I need to link together the solar arrays. So let's do that. So pylon goes from there to there. Solar array goes from there to there. What? No. No, don't do that. Bad. Try again. Solar array links from there to there, and from there to there, and then that one doesn't link to anything because it's on the end. The battery pack, that battery pack hasn't linked to there for reasons unknown. That one has. Then over here, do I need to put any more cables in? No, this seems to now be okay. Dawn is dawning. Oh, how much power is left in the batteries at this point? That's an interesting question. Dawn is the time I want to look at the batteries because that tells me how much power we've got left and whether other things have kicked in. So steam turbines haven't kicked in. The batteries are still about half full. That's a good sign. That suggests we probably have enough batteries. And then, oh, there we go. Suddenly there's power. There's 260 megawatts. Okay, I think we might be all right. I think there might be enough power, given that we're using about 100 megawatts before, and we're now chucking 200 into the batteries. I think we might be all right. Now, I think solar only lasts from 8 till 9. It's more than half the day. So yeah, I think all will be well there. Oh, good morning, Sophia. Oh, solar in the shade doesn't work. That makes sense. I'm sort of happy that solar in the shade doesn't work. I did sort of somewhat deliberately build it out in the desert because that seemed like the logical place to put it to get as much power as possible, and out from underneath the jungle trees over there as well. I'm glad you like the copy paste mod, board. It's wonderful. Without it, this game would be so frustrating. Can you imagine laying all of that out by hand? It'd just be so annoying. It'd take forever. Yeah, I'm glad I don't have to do that. how much solar and battery have I got left? I do have some of each left. Let's just see if I can go and put them back in the machines that made them, rather than just carrying them around with me, because if I put them anywhere else, I will not remember. In fact, let's go around and dump a load of all the machines that I've got that I've been talking about that I don't actually want anymore. So I've got 20. Now I'm only going to be able to put 5 of them in there. Okay. Oh well. And the batteries are probably finished as well. Yep, they've finished. Oh well, never mind. Right, so what have I got that I can recycle? I've got a load of the drone miners. So let's go and put them into a drone miner 2. Where's the drone miner 2 assembly? It was over here. There we go. Mining drill 2. Have some of that. There we go. I've got crusher 1s. Crusher 1s are going to crusher 2s, unsurprisingly, which I made over here. So you can have some of that. I'll take your crusher 2s, though. Those seem useful. Especially as that allows me to get rid of more of my crusher 1. I've got a lot of those. Okay, well, it'll take me a little while to get rid of all 28 of them. But in the meantime, I've got 10 freight elevator 2s. Freight elevators over here? No, your assembler 2s. Your freight elevator 3s. There you go, you can have my elevator 2s. Pipes, small smelters. Can I put small smelters into making big smelters, or is that not a thing? That's not a thing. They're completely separate things. Okay. I don't know what I'm going to do with all these small smelters then. Probably put them in a box and forget about them. I've got lots of assembler 1s and assembler 2s. That was all the way down the end, wasn't it, for assembler 1, 2, 3, whatever's. Yeah. So you can have my assembler 1s. You can have my assembler 2s. No. You can have my assembler 2s. Is that all of them? Looks like it. So I've got some barrels for some reason. I feel like I should do something sensible with those. They don't come from me burning jetpack fuel, do they? I'm sure I'd have noticed them before if they did. I don't think they can do. So that's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. I would have got rid of the batteries if I could, but I can't. Crusher 1s. I would still like to get rid of the Crusher 1s, but I filled up the machine's input with those. I think the rest of this looks like vaguely useful stuff. I've never used a filter loader, but the rest of it does seem generally fairly useful. Got rather a lot of pipe, but oh well. I'll get rid of a few more of the crushers, if I can find them. Crushers? That's solar panels. Okay, crushers are not one of the green machines. I thought they were for some reason. Take that, and I'll have some of those as well, just to, you know, tidy us up both. So both the crushers come in very, very handy. I'm happy to carry quite a few of those around with me, and also it means I can dump a few more of these into here. Still got 18 of them, of course, and I can't. The problem is you can't unload into. Where do these come from? This machine. Rage. I can't even put them in. Where are the crusher 1s coming from? Right, okay. I can't even put them into this machine because in this game, machines fill up their output buffers, I think. Or do they? That doesn't look like very many. And okay, they don't actually fill up their output buffers, but they do hold... Oh, no, it would have done, but it's run out of electronic components. Right. Do I have any of those at the moment? No. Am I going to get some more? Absolutely. Right, down here. Let's do the belt colours trick again. 5, boop, and fell asleep on the couch. I heard that they might have hired the blueprint maker, the blueprint mod designer, in a sort of in a similar sort of way to like Wooby hired Arendelle. I don't know if that's I don't know if that's true for sure, but I heard it on the internet somewhere, so it must be true, sort of thing. So yeah, it is. I think it's a semi-official mod at this point, so it's taken quite seriously. and is very, very, very much appreciated. Put them in this machine because this one's working harder. Oh, crikey, I've got a lot of those. Do I have any left to put in here? No! Bother. Didn't mean to do that. What are you doing? You're doing this. Construction material. Take all my stuff, please. Alright. Oops. Ooh, did I pick up any construction material as part of that? I meant to click manage inventory, not the other one. Yes, I did. That goes there. And so it's this. Oh, we can't. Alright, let's go over here and put it in this one then. Could we put that in there? Yes. How about now? Yes. Yes, the belt upgrader can be used to upgrade and downgrade belts. It will upgrade all the way along to any splitters, and it will do ramps, but it won't do splitters as are on the belt. So you can't upgrade all the way down from here to infinity, all the way down a bus, because it won't do the splitters it gets past. It doesn't even do the splitters it gets to, which is slightly annoying, because it'd be nice if it did the splitter at the end of it. Because there's no point in having a green belt along a section if you've got a yellow splitter at the end of it. So I feel like you probably should upgrade the splitter at the end. It doesn't, but oh well. It's still pretty good. Do I have enough casting machines for the copper blaster? Yes, I have built all of the rest of the infrastructure around the blast furnace. It's all there. The only thing that isn't there is the blast furnace and the fracking tower. Actually, if I'm to be fair, but all the rest of the buildings around it are already built up and there and ready and just waiting for the molten copper to come pouring out. Agreed. Sushi belts are generally a bad idea. Now, I can see it for some of these really long tunnels. If you didn't have an enormous amount of stuff coming out, I could see it potentially being quite tempting to send multiple things down it and then sort them out at the other end. But you then have to have some sort of control system to make sure that you kept everything in balance. And yeah, it's not worth it. It's better just to run multiple belts. And if you run multiple slower belts, they're probably cheaper than one faster belt. I don't know exactly how it works in this game, but in Factorio, it's definitely cheaper to run 2 slow belts than 1 fast belt. Okay, there's stuff being dropped in, so construction is actively happening at the moment. And we're 91%. Wow, we're nearly there. So I reckon we might finish before the end of the stream, and wouldn't that be lovely? Yeah, so over here are all of the casting machines. Well, I say all of these are enough casting machines to fill 2 green belts. However, this machine will output enough molten copper to fill 4 green belts. So at some point I will be putting in another copy of this over there to take all of the to continue the pipe and make even more copper. I haven't done that yet, as you can clearly see. And then over here we've got enough machines to deal with all of the slag that might come out and turn that into concrete. That's all hooked up and ready to go. Why is there no stone coming out of here? Oh, I haven't put the inserter in. It's basically, yeah, most of it's all set up, ready and raring to go. So there's just apparently a few little bits and pieces that I've missed over here, like that one. But in general, I believe it is all done. It is all ready. So as soon as this is finished, I can turn on the copper supply to it, and fingers crossed, copper will start coming out of it. Then the robots will go off and start trying to build the fracking tower over there, which looks very precarious, balanced on its drill bit like that, or on its spinny, pumpy, whatevery thing there. This looks kind of ridiculous. Maybe I should put in some supports underneath it. Let's do that because this looks silly. And then the bots will start building this thing, and then once they've built this, I've already got the pipe in place, I believe, to get the fracking fluid into the system. I've not plugged it into the high voltage power supply system yet because I can't do that until it's built. But I have put a pipe in the right place to feed in the fuel. I need to connect that to the high power network with. Oh, I thought I put a pylon nearby to do so. I have apparently not put a pylon nearby to do so. Let's do that. Bring that over to here. Boop, like that. There we go. So I can now run a cable from there to get that hooked up, and we'll get that running and powered. That will then enable all of the extra currently exhausted vein miners down below to start working again. So at the moment, I don't know if you remember from earlier in the stream, but I had to go down and sort some of these out a little bit because they'd all run out. But all the high-level ones, which you can't tell which is which from here, but all the high-level ones had run out completely, and then most of the ones that were a bit lower down had run out completely as well. So I had to put in a couple of extra ones. Those are currently producing copper, which is what's feeding the old system over there, this system. And that's how this is working. But then once we get the fracking going, they'll all start working again, and we can then start feeding it all into the blast furnace, and all will be well, I think. We still have a decent... well... yeah, there we go. So we've now emptied out all of that excess that was in the buffers in these machines, as I was talking about earlier, which is why this belt is now not running solidly anymore. But it does mean that we've got a bit of a... we can take the overflow from this belt away as well. So, yeah, we've taken away the filled up buffers from all of these machines. So this has gone basically as fast as it can. If we have a look over here, yeah, and now the copper or rubble is going in at full speed because we've got enough capacity on the output to take it all away. So this is going well, I would say. We've had another delivery of construction material over here, so this is going to be even closer to finished now. 97%, and we've got, yeah, we still need another... what's that? 22,500. We need another 750 construction material to be brought over. So it's very, very close. We're not gonna run out because the copper that's being fed over along this belt is going into the system over there, and some of it is making it through in order to make the construction material. I think it's probably going to be all right, but it is also kind of tempting to fly back over there again and claim and move a bunch more of the the electronic components over to the new system. That said, this is so close to being done, and there's going to be so much copper buffered along that belt. I'm very tempted to go off and just flick this over and turn it on. I turn on the copper feed and get all of the goodies coming in along here, so it's ready and raring to go. Because we've got the stone, we've got the coke, we just don't have the crushed copper yet. So that's still waiting for me to flick the switch essentially and get that flooding through. All of these machines, we've got the air, we've got the heater towers, so these should all... actually, I probably haven't turned any of these on. Do they need to be turned on? No grid connection. Where do we grid connect you? Where do we grid connect you? Oh, just like that. Fine. Presumably? Right, okay. And then along here, these all need plugging in. Okay, I take it back. This wasn't all quite as ready as I thought it was. Do you need plugging in? If so, where so? Oh, up there. Oh, I see. It's up at the top of them, just to be awkward. Right. So we've got those two both plugged in. Are you now happy, bunnies? No power. This is clearly not connected up to the main grid. Where? Why? How? What? Why is this not part of the copy paste? The copied thingamawhatsit? Where do I? Okay, there's power over here. So let's go from you. Let's bring some big pylons across here. Big pylon time. Goes to there. Can I then run a power cable from there onto that pylon? If I ignore the clippings, I can. Going through the pipe a little bit, but yeah, what can you do? Right, so now we have turn on. Turn on. Oh, maybe that's it. Turn on. Turn on. Turn on. Voomph. Right, that's going to put a big dent in my... It's a shame you don't get a graph in this like you do in a certain other game I could mention, because it'd be quite impressive to see the spike in power having just turned on what I think are probably the hungriest hippos I have. That has taken my hot air stoves. Oh no, it's still 20 megawatt. Maybe that's per... Maybe the other ones must be turned off then. I've got 6 of them, certainly. So they are all linked up to here now. I don't know. Maybe it's because they've filled their output pipes, so they've just shut down because the blast furnace isn't taking anything from them. Ah, blast furnace is now alive. Excellent. Blast furnace not activated. No, don't be in xenoferrite mode. You want to be in technum mode. Technum. Let's have a look at some of these numbers. Module overview. Nothing. Stats overview. Oh, I see. It changes over here. Modules. Hot air blood. Fine. Don't care. Stats overview is probably more useful. Not all pipe connections have a set filter. Right, so there's a few other things I need to go around and tweak now to set this up. So you are to be filtering. You are outputting molten technum. You are outputting molten blast furnace slag. You are not there isn't an output over here. Fine. So I don't need to configure that one. There doesn't seem to be an output over here, so I don't need to configure that one. Right. Not all pipe connections have... I just went around and filtered them, did I not? Did I not? So I set that one down there. There isn't one here. There isn't one here. And I've set this one over here. Do I need to... Oh, is there a filter for the... I have a feeling there's a filter for the hot air input. Yes, there it is. Which I can't get to. Yeah. This is such a badly designed building. Right, you are going to be a hot air input. There we go. Everything kicks in. Nice. There don't seem to be any other inputs. There is a staircase over here. There we go. Freedom! Right, so I think that is now up and running apart from the copper input. So let's go and get it some copper. Drop in here. Then along here. These belts are going to be bringing in all of my copper. However, actually, at this point, no, it's not quite as simple as that. It's this elevator is the one that's bringing in all of the copper. So I need to get up to the top of here and... Can I just demolish this? No, I can't demolish it from the side. Okay, we're going back out again. Zoop. No, I don't want to go that way. I mean, I could. There is a way out that way eventually, but I'll probably get a little bit lost because I haven't used it for a while. So down here, this is becoming a bit more complicated. Oop, no, in here. This is becoming a little bit more complicated. It's not quite as flicker switch as I thought it was going to be, because I need to come up here and over. Where is it? Here. And then I can go... no, just F, please. Boom! Take that out. And then where do we want that to come through? Here. Right, okay. So I now need to put in my other half of my lift here. This is going to be a top side. So that goes there. Right, and boom, just like that, we have an elevator in place. So that means I can now put in, I'm going to need power, but that's actually not a problem for once. I can run a trench across here, as you do, and then run that across there and across there, and then put in my exerter like that. You're going to be that sort, and then we'll put in a green belt. And I think I want that to run along the edge of the tunnel. So we'll run that from there to here. Okay, we'll butt onto that one then. We'll remove that. And then we'll take this one along here for future purposes. Like that. Right, so this should run into the first set of machines along here. Let's check that. Have we got the technum? No, because that's still an intake. Sake. There we go. Right, so now that's a nice steady stream of the copper ore coming out there. Goes along here. I am going to end up just watching this as it goes all the way through, because this is sort of, it's exciting. We're going to get the second massive blast furnace machine up and running. Green belts go at about my walking speed. That's interesting. So that goes in there, into the crushers. Then out comes the crushed stuff. We should have just as much coming out as is going in once it gets up to speed. But that can then come along here, up there, up and over, and go into here. Surface. Pop. And then let's go and stare at this screen until it tells us things we want to know. Oh, blast furnace not activated. Go. Technum mode. So it's taking in the coke, it's taking in the stone, it's taking in the Technum ore. Granted, rather slowly at the moment, but that should speed up quite a bit. Exactly, Board Easy. Babysit it to make sure it works as planned. Because these things, well, given the amount of trouble I had getting the other one working, I am, definitely going to babysit this a bit. The temperature is going up nicely. There are no warnings saying, oh, there isn't enough hot air, because this time I have put enough vents on my air intakes. That number is going up. It's not going up quite as fast as I was sort of hoping, but yada, yada, yada. It's going up. That's fine. The question is, what's going to happen? I mean, how fast does it need to come in? We need 1,280 ore per minute. That isn't 1,280 per minute. I don't know actually. Is it? But then it can run slower as long as you've got enough hot air coming in. I think that's the only thing that has to come in at the correct speed. The rest of them, if you're missing some of these things, I think the machine just runs a bit more slowly and a bit less efficiently. So it's probably not a problem. Probably. And we're about 10% of the way there now, so eventually this will start working, I guess. Does it need to actually fill up completely? Right, so yeah, so as long as we keep providing it with hot air, it's going to be okay. I think. And it'll just keep whatever's in there molten and used up as necessary. It's just less efficient because you need a load of power to keep the air hot, and maybe it's less efficient with the inputs. I don't actually know. No, I haven't done any brownout mitigation. I'm sort of hoping it's going to be okay, and I'm just going to have enough power. Worst case, I get an enormous amount of slag poured out, and suddenly my concrete supplies are a bit less of a problem for a little while. So it's not the end of the world. I feel. I was going to click on the grid stats, but this is the only place I can find them. Right, so how much are we using now? We're now using 112, which is a bit less than I was expecting, but within sort of acceptable limits. The solar panels are not producing anything at the moment, but they were producing like 300. So I think we have quite a bit of headroom at the moment. I can use another 50% of the amount of power I'm using now and still be okay. Because I reckon if I'm producing 300 and something megawatts from the solar panels, I want to be using no more than 150 at any time in order to allow the batteries to work to keep everything running overnight. So I'm relatively close actually. I wouldn't want to put in another blast furnace. However, I think I am okay with 2 blast furnaces at the moment. 1600. Temperature is rising still. Oh, it still needs to get up to 1500 degrees before anything can happen. So maybe when it gets up to 1500, it'll start working. It'll just potentially rip through this faster than it's being replaced. But if it does, that might not matter. I do notice the coke isn't going in all that quickly. It might be time to go down and have a look at the... well, when this gets to 1500 degrees, I want to see what happens then. But then I'll go down and have a look at the coke supply. Because that has gone up. Actually, no, that's going up faster than the stone. So maybe that's just the speed it's coming through on that belt, on the yellow belt that's going into it. Or I don't know. It may well actually be fine, and this is coming in quick enough. I mean, it uses 600. It uses 640 per minute. I don't know. It doesn't use very much stone though, which is quite nice. 1400, getting close. 20. Nearly there, nearly there. 70, 80, 90. 1500. Operating speed, 53%. Depends on the motor case. It's speeding up gradually. Content is still 0%, and there's nothing on the outputs. But you'd think it would start using some of this, wouldn't you? I have to admit, I don't really know. But I feel like it should. But it isn't, which is mildly disappointing. So let's go down and see what's coming up the see what the elevators are up to, or rather what the inputs to the elevators are up to. So we've got plenty of stone because it's not using it. The coked ignium is not going in as fast as I would have liked, and obviously the copper isn't. Why not? Is it just that? What did I say? Did I say 1600 per minute of this? And we're making 40 a minute. 40, 80, 120, 160, 200. So we're making 200 a minute here. That sounds like less than we're seeing up top. But the iron one is working. That's weird. The stone is obviously fine. Maybe the iron one is only okay because it's not being run at full speed. So we're making 200 a minute. And also, that's true, the recipes might be different. It's possible this one takes a lot more coal, which would be rather mean given how little coal there is over here. 640, so it needs to be tripled. Slightly more than tripled. Tripled and then one extra machine. I mean, it's possible. I could do that. But, I'm a little surprised that the numbers are different. The mineral rock's obviously fine. The technomore, obviously not so fine. Bit slow. How's my fracking tower coming on? Well, we've got all the bots buzzing around it now. Of course, we're not producing any copper at the moment, so this is going to be struggling. It's got 72% actually, so there must have been enough copper on the belts going through to get this up to 72%, and then maybe... Oh no, here's some more supplies for it as well. 75, 76. Yeah, we've got... Yeah, this only takes 5,000 to build, whereas the other one was 20,000, I think, or 20-ish thousand. So, yeah, okay. So this will probably just finish while I'm not really paying attention, and then suddenly we'll have an enormous amount of copper available, and I'll go, crikey, where did all that come from? So actually, given that, let's head over and link up the other belt. Down the hole. There we go. Zonk. Because I put in this belt, doesn't actually go anywhere. It goes up a ramp here, and then it's a belt from nowhere. So what I actually want to do with this is we've got a yellow belt coming in here. So if I pull that out, then I can put that in there. That's fine. If I pull all of this out, don't know why I'm doing this manually, because I wasn't expecting there to be very much of it, basically. Then all the way through here. Right, okay, I've got... Let's remove all of these, because we don't want it to go up this elevator anymore, because I'll go into the old system. What I actually want is a... You know, I'm just going to bring a green belt through here, like this. It's going to collect all of the ore from all of these, and come over to here. And then down here. Plus. Yeah. And then side load onto there. So this is potentially going to be an overloaded green belt. We'll see how it gets on. But I reckon it's probably going to be alright. Well, I reckon it's going to be a green belt anyway, as soon as the fracking tower kicks in. And that's going to provide us with a nice healthy supply. Along here, a bit less than a green belt, but again, that's going to be increased when the fracking tower kicks in as well. Because down here, I think we have this belt coming in, but this one is currently only being filled from the drill that's way off down there that I put in fairly recently. These two will kick back in again once fracking starts happening. So I think we should then have 2 solid green belts of ore coming in, and that'll mean I don't know how many belts worth of finished copper coming out of the other end, but it's going to be quite a lot, I suspect. But as I say, that requires a fracking tower to get going. In the meantime, let's go and increase the coke supply, because that's going to be relatively manageable, I think. Because there seems to be quite a lot of it on the belt here. Maybe we'll need to put in a second crusher over there. We'll find out. So what did I say? I said triple plus 1, didn't I? So I want to do a select an area. So I want to go from here to here to here, because I'm going to take this down 1 to get the to get the foundations, which I think I've done. Yes, I believe so. And then up to here to get the right size hole. So we'll do a copy in place. Now I don't know if I'm going to be able to drag this. Oh, I probably can. If I go to over here and then come down to here, and if I press, is it... oh no, Alt is move it. I don't want to do that. Alright, I will knock out a little bit of wall here and so that I can at least grab the other side of this. 1, 2. Can we please grab and drag? Alright, I guess we'll do a place instead then. Do it sort of one at a time. So I'll put you in there as best as I can, just anywhere that's in, so I can move you around. Right, there we go. And then shuffle you across to there, and then I can't see the bottom of it. Ah! If I go inside, can I do the top? Yes, I can. Excellent. There we go. So that goes there, and then I want to move this to there, and then we'll do a demolish terrain. This is a reason not to cheat, I suppose. And then we confirm paste, and then we'll move it again, and demolish terrain and paste, and then I'll move it 1 machine's worth to there. And then finally, demolish terrain, paste. Okay, so that is now using up more of the coal than is available. So, but that's fine and kind of expected, because I was pretty sure I was then going to need to come over here and basically do all that again over here. Now let's do it slightly more properly this time. Let's use this tool to take out. Is doubling this going to be enough? I reckon so. I reckon that is a... Yeah, I reckon. No, actually, no. I'm going to triple that as well. So we'll take out 1, 2, 3, 4 by 6 by 5. Knock all that out. And while they're doing that, I'm going to faff around with copy paste, so we can then say I want to select a new area, and it is. Oh no, wait a minute. I'm going to also take out the floor as well. Then I'm going to muck around with the copy paste tool, select an area. I want to get from there to there to there, and I want to do a copy in place, 2 more of those, put it there, boom, just like that. Joys of copy paste. That should now hopefully be... There's a piece of belt missing, isn't there? Yes, there's a piece of belt missing. Why is there a piece of belt missing? Why was that not copied? Oh, probably because I didn't put one at the back like that, because why would I? Right, okay, there we go. There now is now a healthy supply of crushed coal, which can be fed into here, which should give us quite a lot more coke, and will hopefully get things running a bit more. So let's nip back up to the surface, if I can untangle myself from all of these ramps. Might need to make the ceiling a little bit higher there, because I do keep tripping over that bit. Pop. Right, what are you thinking? Ooh, okay. So these numbers have dropped, but it's 60% full, and it's produced a quantity of molten copper. Of course, all of these are set to make xenoferrite, set to make iron plates. So I didn't change the recipe on these because I'm a muppet. So instead, we'll say we want to make technum, and then we'll go what was it? V copy. Oh, I actually have to click on every single one, do I? Paste. That's quite a nice Mexican wave effect of all of the smelters kicking in along there. I kind of approve of that. It looks sort of mildly interesting. Right, so there we go. That is now pulling in the molten copper. We've used 10%. Oh no, that's... I don't know what that bit is. That number is going down, which is, I guess, expected since we're pulling the copper out. I would like that to be going up faster, but it isn't. I'd like that to be going up faster, having just improved the rate we're producing it at, but it isn't really. Never mind. We seem to have a huge quantity of molten copper, so that should now mean we've got lots of it flowing down the belts here. Yes, there we go. And it's all pouring straight into this elevator here, and then hopefully that's all going to be being taken away at the other down to the other end to go into the rest of the factory. So that's, hopefully at least, that's fantastic. Are they all smoking? That's a good point. I think so. It's slightly confusing because they've got 2 chimneys each, so you get double plumes if you're looking at them sort of laterally. But yeah, I'm pretty sure those are all... Yeah, I think they're all smoking. I did spam the clicks quite hard. So at some point in a moment, I'm going to need to pull some of this out. Now, what I might be able to do, if I put a... It's a shame you can't just reverse a belt, because this is going to exactly where I need it to. If I toggle that, can you... Huh. Okay. So despite the fact... That's interesting. That makes me wonder if you can have 2 different things going in an elevator in opposite directions, because we're feeding copper in over here, but it's not coming out over here. And what I'll probably do is just take one of these belts and put a splitter on it. So let's do that. I should have had this ready before I started. No, let's put that there, and then I can run a belt from here past here, and then down this way, and then remove that because I ain't doing anything, and that. And that, and all of this belt now needs to be reversed. So actually, let's get on with that, and then at some point in the future, I can come back and I can nip back over to the main factory and see how it's coping with the amount of copper we're throwing at it now, because there is quite a bit being sent over there. Right, now all of this over here is going to be utter nonsense now. We don't need any of this belterage. Oh, I might need the foundations though. I don't know where the power's coming from. I'll check into that in a moment. Okay, power was coming from this side. Fair enough. Okay, I guess for now we'll just link that back up again across there. So we've got the power. What's the yellow belt? Oh, that's the... Yeah, that's the electronic components. Fine. So now back over here, and I'll run this belt this way, and this way, straight through the same gaps, and then at about this point, let's bring it to about, so we want to go up 2, don't we? Let's go to fixed point here. I said fixed point here. Fixed point. If you're holding shift in order to fly around quicker, the fixed points don't fix. So we'll then come up to a height like this. I can then put in a splitter, like so, and link that in there and there, and that should get us building green circuits again. Because up until now, previously the copper that was being produced in this facility was being provided here to make the green circuits to be flown off by the plane. But I cut off the supply of copper ore that was coming in here. But now I've replaced it with a supply of copper rods, so that should start working again. I'm not sure if a green belt is going to be, or the half green belt that we're getting here is going to be sufficient. In the long run, I kind of expect to have 4 belts worth coming out of here, and we'll see how that goes. Oh, actually, noticeably, this one is now jerking. So this one is now, I'm not going to say filled up all the way to the other end, but it's got to the point where there is a good healthy supply down at the other end. Now, the other one is still flowing solidly, because we've got more than half a belt flowing on each one. but there is a good amount flowing down there. That makes me think, oh yeah, that makes me think that the belts down at the bottom are now saturated. Let's go and have a look at those. Because it might be time to put in a third belt. I've got 550, that's probably not going to be enough. So down here, we're going to have... There we go. Here we go. So we've got these two belts of copper flowing along here now. And then they are both running slightly jerkily. So does that mean there is now actually enough copper at the other end? Let's go over there and find out. And I'll go above ground because then I can go in a slightly more direct route rather than following the orthogonal tunnels. I can just go directly towards it like this. Okay, you can't. So you can't have you can't feed it up and down on opposite sides of the elevator. That's a shame. Which makes it even feel even odder that you can't feed out at the top of an elevator you're feeding in at the top of. If the game sort of considers them to just have a single inventory. Ah well, never mind. It was a silly thing to do, really, from a logical point of view. But I just wondered if it would work. So, over here, do we now actually have enough copper? I mean, it feels unlikely, but you never know. So here is a belt of it. That is not a full belt, so I do need more. There is a bottleneck somewhere in here. And that's an interesting one, because there's a two belt... Oh, I know what it'll be. So down in here, if I can actually get all the way down in here, which I can. Yeah, we've got the two belt... Oh! Ha! There's a load of yellow in here, which isn't going to help. I've still got some... Right, so that should now hopefully be green end to end. We've got it's green where it comes out of here. Where it comes out of the elevator. Is it green all... I'm pretty sure I built green all the way into the elevators. Yes, I did. So these elevators are not running solidly, even though I've got two green belts being taken out of it. Okay. These are not running solidly either. Which makes me think that down here somewhere... I've used green belts there. You might as well be a green belt. You might as well be a green belt. Yeah, it's because we're putting it all into here and then it's being limited by one green belt as it comes through this way. So what I should actually do is cut that there and remove that. And I knew this was a bad idea. This was just a dirty fix to sort of keep things kind of working while I came around and messed with it. Oh, hang on. Well, what I want to do is put that there, obviously, and then that to there and to there, and we'll fill that up. And also green it, because we might as well. Okay, so this one has got enough copper. This one is basically happy. This one is taking all we can give it, so we'll just keep throwing that down there as fast as we can. So is this one, and I'm pretty sure there's supposed to be some copper going down these belts over here, this belt over here as well. So let's just drain these two, because I can. Chuck that through onto there and send it away. But I do clearly need... I mean, these might back up eventually. So what I'm going to do for now... is go back up along here and put another unloader on that elevator and feed it onto here. So we can put in... that's kind of in the way. I can put in another one of these like that. Can we not do that, please? Stop stacking stuff when I don't want you to. Right, make that into an output. So what I'm going to do is pull up lots of this. What I'm going to do is pull up all of this, because this is utter nonsense around here. We don't need any of this, because that isn't going to bring me any copper. It's useless. Completely useless. So what I am going to do is I'm going to bring this green belt from here over to that belt, because that one is one that needs some. And then I'm going to bring this green belt to there. And then this one, pull that one out, bring it over to here, pull that one out, bring it over. No. Try again. Same again with less fail. There we go. So now I've got 3 green belts coming out of here, which it's not going to be able to keep up with. But that does mean we're going to be splitting the copper 3 ways, potentially evenly. Who knows? It's going to be splitting it. It's going to be splitting it 3 ways from the stuff from coming out of there, sending it all off down there, which is going to go to. I don't even know where these go. I'm pretty sure one is science, one is mall and maybe some intermediates, and then another one is robot production. So we've got that sort of split between those 3. It's not... Oh, okay, that one's filled up, so that's good. That means we'll then be able to get the full amount coming out of here. So we've got, essentially, I've got a 2 to 3 balancer, which obviously isn't going to keep everything full. However, if some of the outputs don't require a full belt's worth of input, then it could be enough to keep the system happy. And then, okay, one of them is then being split again down here. So once the... Yeah, so this one is full. Oh, that's why it's full. This one is not full. Maybe I do need a 3rd belt. I don't know. We'll see. We'll let that run for a bit and see how much we get out of it. I'm going to start pulling up some of these belts because it annoys me that they're there and not connected to anything and also slow. So pull up all of that. In fact, let's pull up this one as well. Because at some point, I might want to run more belts down this tunnel. And it'd be nice to know how much capacity I have. The elevator, I believe, has capacity for... Actually, I don't know how much capacity the elevator has. I may need to put in 2 of those. It's a tier 4 elevator feeding tier 3 belts. So I think that means it should be able to feed 4 of them. Because I think an elevator is twice the speed. For any given tier, I believe an elevator is twice the speed of the belts. But I'll check the numbers on that. So we've got tier 4 freight elevator. Tier 4 freight elevators, 2,560. Okay, and the green belts are 640. So yes, so we can fit 4 green belts into this one elevator. So there is certainly room for me to get a 3rd one coming along here and going into this. I don't have the capacity for that at the moment because we're not producing the copper fast enough. But in theory, I can bring that through, and the elevator will be fine as long as I can run enough belts. That is no longer needed. How do I get out of here? Okay, get out of here from this way. None of this is needed either, but it's kind of out of the way, so I'm going to leave it alone for the time being. Maybe I'll have a big tidy up at some point. Did I miss a splitter? Which splitter did I miss? But still, things are now running better. If we look at some of the things above ground over here, we can see this is apparently the one that's filled up. This is still a red belt, which is bizarre. But yeah, this is all filled up. This is production of batteries apparently. This is pouring off massive quantities. The mall has filled back up again, and as you can see, it's running slowly. This is now going off to science production. So science has been suffering, but we've got quite a lot of it being fed off now. Actually, as I watch, it seems to be backing up. Oh, and we're going in here as well for making... What's this for? Oh, this is for making one of the robot types. Okay. So, we could do with a bit more coming through here, to be fair, but it's... I mean, this belt is full, so it's just filling up buffers in here now. This belt is full to the extent that it's not even running constantly. So that I'm okay with. That one seems to be fine. Got a little bit of it being pulled off of the mall, as I said, but not very much. This one is the other one that's running. Hang on, what? Did I have this many belts? Apparently so. This one is running solidly. Where does this go? Okay, this goes off to the bot mall, the bot production system rather, and then we've got the other belt that we saw. I think. Yeah, there it is. There's the other copper belt that we saw is coming up along here. So again, those 2 are all for making robots and making the production, the assembly material as well. So it's kind of okay, but more obviously would be better because we don't have enough copper at the moment. However, there's going to be a bit of filling up of buffers going on. Things are going to calm down a little bit, and we've now got everything running at least at some sort of rate. So things are ticking over, even if they're not quite up to full speed yet. Let's get some more green belts, and then go and think about running another one along, another system along there. So we'll take, yeah, that many. I don't even know how many that was. Do I have lots of casting machines? I have 10 casting machines. Oh no, I have 20 no, they're chemical processors. I have 10 casting machines. That's not a lot of casting machines. Let's get some more casting machines. Because I think I'm going to want to put in additional production. What are you doing? You're making green belts. Fine. Where are casting machines being made? I do not know. I think they're labelled though, so I might be able to find them. Oh, are they all the way over here? I think they might be all the way over here. Okay, how do you make a casting machine? That's the way, the first step of finding where something is. If you're a casting machine, where would you be hiding? Steel beams, advanced machinery parts, and electronic components. Okay, so it's steel beams, advanced machinery parts, and electronic components. It's probably on this row then. Is it you? No. Is it one of you guys? Filter split inserters. That's a belt thing, that's a belt thing, that's a belt thing. Maybe it's a bit all the way over here then. Casting machines. I had a feeling I'd put it in a green machine. Right. Oh, 25. Nice. That 26. Nice. That might be enough. Casting machines. You need lots of pipes. Got lots of pipes. Need the foundation. Got lots of foundation. Let's go and double the amount of copper we're producing, and have a look at the that area. See how it seems to be going, because I feel like things are coming together, but I think I still need more copper. You always need more copper. And if I put in 2 more rows of casting machines, then I can, or double the number I've got at the moment. So I've got 4 belts coming out. Then I can have 2. And then I can have 3 going directly into the elevator and back to the main factory, and 1 going over to, at least as a priority, over to the green circuit production. And I think that feels like a good way to do things. The fracker is finished. The fracking tower is now up and fracking away merrily. So now that should mean, yeah, you can see you've got a lot more copper going in there. You can see how fast the elevators are running, and the other 2 aren't running, which I think is a good sign, because that hopefully means everything is full. Well, it's going in. We've still got lots of molten, so that's a good sign. This is pouring in at a rate that's gone up to 90% full. This looks good to me. I think things are working. And if we look over here, we've got the 2 solid green belts coming out as predicted, and we've got a little bit building up in a buffer in this machine. So it seems to be, the numbers seem to be about right. Essentially, is what I'm trying to say. Okay, so now it's time for another big old copy paste. So we're going to go in here. We're going to say I want to select an area. I would like to select an area from here to, I'm going to say to here, because I can't remember if you can mirror or if you can only rotate, but I would and then up to wherever. Okay, so that's going to be my copy, and I'm going to do a confirm copy. I'm not going to do a copy in place because I don't actually want to have another one of these tessellated right next to it. I'm going to rotate. Yeah, I don't see a mirror, so I'm glad I did that. I'm going to rotate it. I'm going to put it there because I can't see what I'm doing, because it's sort of in the way of it, gets in the way of itself. But that's fine, because after you've placed it, you can then nudge it as much as you like to get it in the right place. So I want it roughly there. That's probably not quite right, but it's roughly right. I also feel that leaving a little bit of space for sanity, or Jesus if you prefer, is going to be the way to go. So I'm going to leave a slightly bigger gap there than I absolutely have to. So I think that is a good place to put this. Is it at the right height? Yeah. Yes, it is. Cool. So we can now go into here. We can demolish the terrain. We can demolish any decor that's in the way. All those trees go boom, and we can confirm the paste. And then we'll find out we still don't have enough casting machines. Oh no, it's loaders that we've run out of. Nice. Okay, so there's going to be a few loaders in there that aren't going to be... There's going to be a few machines that aren't being unloaded, which is a shame, but never mind. I'm also going to need to link these together with foundation. I'm just going to fill the whole area in the middle up, because basically, why not? There we go. Can now remove that, because that's in the wrong place. And I will bring a green belt from there And I'm going to bring it in, drop it onto that, like that. There we go. So that's going to bring through some of the copper from there. I'm also going to need to put in a pipe, come to think of it, so that can go across there like so. And then all of these should kick in and start working. I don't know, I can't see any of the control panels. There's a control panel. Yes, they're working. Awesome. That was quite loud. So that's all of that. And then if I put one of these in here, so it misses the freight elevator, I can then put that there. Ha! I'm going to leave. No, I'm not going to leave them not unload. I'm not going to leave them not unloading. That'd be disgusting. I'm merely ignoring them for them now while I get the rest of the stuff plugged in and set up. So it's running at like 90 whatever % effectiveness. Then once the I will then increase. I will then fix that once I go back and get some more loaders. But I don't have any loaders at the moment, so there's nothing I can do about it. So I could nick that one, I suppose, and then there'd only be 5 that are struggling. But actually, no, I can't because I want to put in a loader. I want to put in a splitter here, and then steal any that's spare to go into there. So we'll put that splitter in like that, and then set the priority to that way. So we'll get, most of it will flow merrily down that way to go off to be made into green circuits. But if we have some spare, then it can be put into here and taken off with the rest of the system. So yeah, I'm not happy with the system not running fully with this gap over here where there's some loaders missing. I am not going to, and over here as well. I'm not going to leave it like that though. Don't worry. This is just. I've been able to build it up to this extent with what I had in my pockets to get it going a little bit more thoroughly. I will have to go back to the factory and get more supplies. I'm also a little bit perturbed that we don't have any concrete coming out over here, so I'm going to go and find out what the problem with that is. We're making some stuff. We're dealing with some slag over here, and there is no belt running along here to take the concrete away to be made into better stuff. That's probably because I ran out of yellow belts at some point. But now I've done a load of upgrading and pulling up of things. So I've now got lots of yellow belts. This can come all the way down here. Round here. What do you do? How do you do? I guess you come along to here and then we say, actually this pipe isn't needed. This pipe shouldn't be here. This pipe should be linking over to that one, probably. And we'll link that over to, then bring this up along here. And I think, now I don't think we actually need this many machines. It's never run this fast. The iron one, as far as I'm aware, has never run this fast. So I think it's probably not a problem. But we might as well try and, make things work. Not have machines hooked up, not have machines built that aren't doing anything, essentially. I feel like you're trying to make a pun there, Boreezy, and it's I see where you're getting at. The suspense is yes, killing us all as they say. Right, and there we go. So we can bring some more slag over this way now. If and when we actually have a significant quantity of it. I mean, at the moment we have basically none. It's all getting pulled out into here, made into concrete. Right, why are you not concretating? There's no water. I completely forgot I needed water in this area. So we've just got this pipe going into the ground and not bringing in any water. Where is my nearest water? Over here. Okay. Where am I? So that's off that way. And then over there. Oh, I see it. There's the water. Let's have an overhead water pipe instead of an under. Water. Yes. Oh, absolutely. We only have the highest tech types of water everything around here. Actually, I don't want to go that way because it's going to get in its own way. So if I come to here, this could then go down to ground level. And then we can trundle it along. Yeah, a ground level pipe feels a bit more sensible. Although we're going to have to knock out a piece of what's it to get through here. But that's okay. We can do that. And then from here, we'll run. Which way do I want to go? Let's go this way. That worked really well. I wasn't expecting that. I just sort of waved. So from a point like this, you can have a pipe going like that. Or you go, actually, no, I don't want it to go that way. I want it to go this way, and it just works. It does exactly what I would expect it to. That's really cool. I'm impressed with that. I know it's the little things, But even so, I still think that's quite cool. Over to here, another fixed point, go down a bit. Over to here, fixed point, down a bit. Is that as down as it downs? Yes, it is as down as it goes. Then over here, and we'll run you out into the water. Fixed point, that's what I wanted to do. Go down one. Right, there we go. And then we'll dig a bit of a hole underneath that for it to get the water out with. Do I have another pipe intake? Is that what they're called? Are they called pipe intakes? I know what they. I sort of know what they look like. They look like the air intakes, but pipier, smaller. And I can't see any. How difficult are they to make? And are they actually called pipe intakes? Those things, pipe intake. 1 pipe and 5 machinery parts, which is iron. So if I was over at the other smelting area, then I'd be able to make this without any problems, because I just need some iron. Oh, I've got this. Oh, that's Technum. That's blooming useless. Get rid of that. I've got a load of Technum sticks as well. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to have to go and get a water intake from somewhere. I can't just put the end of the pipe in the water like this, unfortunately. That doesn't work. I also need to come over here and knock out a few bits of foundation. Like that. And then join the pieces of pipe up like so. Which is all very well, but as I say, there's we're not actually putting any water into there. That's annoying. Because all it needs is a bit of iron, but I don't have any old iron at all. There's no iron in this area at all. This is entirely a copper-based area. Now we do have a little bit of plastic over there, but that is also not iron, and so yeah, I can't do that. There's a gap on that belt. Oh, that's because I'm missing those 6 inserters. That's why. Right, so there we go. I've got 3 and a bit belts going into one, with 2 belts coming out of the bottom. So that is now full TM. So that means it's time to now nip underground, start running the extra belt, and also start bringing over some of the bits and pieces that I am missing, like the missing inserters and that water input. And also I'll get rid of a bit of this because I will decide what to do with this belt later. But I don't want it to get in the way and confuse me. Right, so I need to go back down underground again. One day I will drop straight into the tunnel and everyone will be amazed, especially me. Okay, so we come down here. Zip, zip. And then, right, okay, we have planned ahead a little bit, so I've got I've got a couple of extra belts coming out here. So this one is going to come along this way. La 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 la. In fact, you know what? Let's have this go above that other belt. So I want to go up. And then along there, into the corner, along there. It's going to have to go over that one. Will it do it automatically? It will. Excellent. All the way along here to here, where it can then go up again, and then go along here. This is letting me build a very, very long belt in one go. There we go. And then, what are we doing here? Oh, then we go horizontal at this point. All right then, fine. Spoil all my fun. Fixed point there, and then go down 2. That's much less exciting than having them stacked, but never mind. We can maybe stack them later. Don't press the wrong button, Laurence. That doesn't help. We can maybe stack them later. How far back have I got? Okay, not too bad. We can start to stack them later when I realise I need to put more than 5 belts down this tunnel. Down to ground level, zoop, along here. I just smacked my head on a pylon and it knocked me out of the sky. I don't know how many of these I've got. 600, okay, that should be enough for a while. Yeah, and there is room to walk down here. It's 5 high, and even with the pylons at the top and the pylons and pipe at the top and the belts at the bottom, it's still 3 high, and I'm only 2 high. So there is plenty of room to walk along here and even jump a little bit and climb over things. So I'm not worried about that. But But yeah, and so in the future, if I do need to run more stuff along here, it can go along the walls. There's a chance that that might require some weird spaghetti to get stuff to go where I need it to get stuff in and out where I need it to go. But never mind, we're all about the weird spaghetti in this channel. Oh, and there we go. Third one is now going to be going in there. And that means I can't get it, and I still can't get it. Oh, yes, I can. The way up is here. It was up here, and then I blocked it off, apparently. Okay, well done there. Right, so we'll now, yeah, once that fills up, we will then have, all of these will be full, and that is as much copper as I can get into the factory without making some more significant changes. There's still room for one more belt to be fed into this lift before the lift hits capacity, but I haven't got the beltage at the other end to take that out yet, so I think this is probably fine. Oh yeah, I'm quite happy with weird spaghetti. It doesn't upset me. Right, so I need more inserters so that I can satisfy Sophia's OCD. And while I'm here, do I need any other sorts of inserters? So that's an inserter. I'm a little low on mediums. I don't use them as much though, especially not for this sort of infrastructure building where it's only sort of really one thing in, one thing out of most of the time. So mostly just using the normal inserters. Oh, I'm very, very low on green ramps. I should definitely get some more of those. And you know what? I've only got 240 green belts. Let's get some more of those. Another 1,000. Why not? Then green ramps. Is this ramps or splitters on this side? This is splitters. I've still got quite a lot of splitters, like 13 of them. I don't use splitters up anything like the same rate I use any of the other parts up at. So yeah, I won't carry too many of those. Was there anything else? Oh yeah, water intakes. I'll just make one of those, I think, because it's going to be easier. Make me a water intake, pipe intake. So I have one of those. That's going to get me the concrete coming out there. I'm then going to need to run another belt for the concrete, and I'm going to need to work out what to do with that when it gets to this end. So that is clearly going to be another elevator at each end. But then, if the concrete comes up, if the concrete comes to here, along that belt, along that tunnel, fine. Then what do I do with it? I guess I bring it up along here, round this way, and add it into the concrete that's coming down this tunnel from over here. That's probably the easiest way to do it. Just continue along the existing tunnel, bring it all the way around there. Yeah, so that seems like a good way to do it. That's where I put the extra green belts in down there. Okay, so I'll go and get the concrete, bring that over, bring it and merge it in along here. And yeah, I think that should be maybe that'll be that area sort of finished off now. Yeah, concrete is very, very useful for I don't know, concrete's mostly useful for does it go into any of the bots? And it goes into the construction material, which goes into all of my giant machines. And the construction material is also sent up to space. Sending concrete to space feels very strange. It seems like it's a very, very silly idea. It's far too dense a material to do that with. But apparently we do, so okay, fine. Right, so I'm going to need to bring the concrete, which is going to be coming out here. Let's put the water in first. Whee! Splash. If I just stick it on the end of this, is it going to work? Is this water deep enough? I'm not sure. Let's find out. Liquid intake, you need to be rotated like that. Boink. Yes, that works nicely. Awesome. I thought they needed more space around them than that before, but no, this seems to be absolutely fine. There we go, that is water, and therefore probably over here, yeah, there we go, that's flowing. We are making concrete, or at least some of these machines are making concrete. Some of them are not. Because the belt doesn't go all the way along. That's ridiculous. Don't be like that. There we go. Now they can all make concrete. So there we go. There we have some concrete. I don't know where the right place to put the elevator in for it is. I mean, I could put it here, or next to that one, But no, it's all coming out. It's all coming out of this one, directly out from this side, isn't it? It's pouring out that way and then going off that way and down the I think it is. Hang on, let's look at the map. Yes. Kind of hard to tell. So it's all going in here. Oh no, it's not. It's going in here and then it's going back out the same side and under here. Right. Okay. So if I put the elevator in here, I could extend the tunnel. I'd have to run it past the this elevator, or I could put my other elevator in next to this one, and then I don't have to worry about getting power to it. Let's just do that. Let's put you in there. That's not where I said. However, I'm going to have to pull out this. Not that's a problem. Then putting one of these in here, like so. Then trench goes round here, slightly overzealously, but never mind. Then I can fit that there, that there, that there. Then I get this belt again. This belt does now come over to here. Stops there, and we put in that inserter. Oh, that reminds me. Confirm pace. There we go. Now we've got those extra exerters in over here and over here. So these machines now can all run merrily and all chuck their copper out into wherever it's needed. Okay, so that's now feeding into there. I now need to get down to the bottom of it. I need a hatch here. Let's make a tunnel. Down to level 89, isn't it? So there's a little bit of a tunnel needed here. Bum, 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 bum. Nearly there. Gone too far. And I think if I cut through this way, there we go, yes. Right, so my new elevator is coming out here. Boom. Yeah, just like that. So I need to hollow this area out a little bit. There we go, that's the other side of it. Lovely. Carry on through here. 2 squares, 3 squares. There's my elevator. Let's open this bit up a bit as well. Boom. 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 In fact, let's just keep going because there's a convenient space there in the way the belts are kinked. Right, so now I can put in one of these here. I can dig a trench across here for power. Put in that like that. That goes there. And then this honestly doesn't need to be a green belt. Should I save on resources and make it a yellow? How many yellows do I have? 854. Yeah, let's make this a yellow belt. Save resources a little bit. That and that. And we can carry on along here, above there. Then we get to here, and you know, I don't know where I want to put this belt. I feel like wherever I put it, it's going to be kind of in the way. Let's bring it over. Let's bring it as a second one across here then. So we'll bring to there, and then we'll go across. I said, bring to there. Once again, holding down Shift to fly faster and not letting go of it has meant I tried to put things in the wrong place. Then we come along here like this. And then I go, what on earth am I going to do here? I'm going to have to spaghetti this through a little bit. What if I suppose I could just come over the top and I could come up a second tier along here. This is going to make it harder to walk along this corridor. I've not thought this was my cunning plan all the way through sufficiently well all the way through. Ooh, actually, I know what I could do. If I go down and just nip under here, That'll mean I can spaghetti my way through without it getting in the way of the places where I might walk or fly. So if I have this belt come through here and then come back up again, yeah, that works nicely. I'm happy with that idea. Right, so you to there, then down, then there, then up, there, and straight on till morning. This is going to be quite a long belt. This might be one of the longest ones I've run yet. I don't know actually. The one bringing the iron, bringing all of the iron and the concrete over from the iron blast furnace area is pretty long. But this feels like it's going to be one of the. This feels like it's going to be up there. It's going to be a bit longer than the copper belt, at least by the time I get it to the other iron belt all the way at the other end. Anyway, other concrete belt. Sorry. Oh. These random pieces of belt that are just left on the floor here are kind of annoying, because when I try and build past them, it builds over them like that. And I could do this, admittedly, and just hope. I think there aren't too many, and this is probably slightly easier than going along and demolishing them and then coming back and replacing them with the green belt or anything like that. Oh, and I've run out of yellow belt, so I didn't have quite as much of it as I thought. I guess I'll start using green belt now, because I can, because I've got some. Oh, and it'll build straight through these as well, which is nice. And then maybe at some point I'll come back along here and downgrade them to yellow when I have a large quantity of yellow, because this does feel kind of wasteful. For something that's probably not even going to come out at a red belt speed, to be using green belts is rather over the top. I don't know, launching stuff up to space is already too easy in this game. And I say too easy in that a lot of people will launch stuff to space and then bring it back down again just to avoid carrying it across the planet. So there are some people who, instead of doing what I'm doing now, would just make an enormous... would launch it all up to space and then bring it all back down again. And I don't like that myself. It feels wrong. Okay, this is a bit too cramped. I could sideload here. What I wanted to do was merge these two with a splitter, with this one being the priority, because that one is being made the old-fashioned way, and this one's been made the old way that uses lots and lots of stone and iron ore, although we don't care about the iron ore, whereas this one is just being made from slag, so this one is free, so I'd rather use this one up first. But that's not really practical with it. I could pull that out, I suppose. I don't know why I pulled that extra piece out there. I could do this and then put in a splitter like this. Pull that out. That goes in there. We can set a input priority that way, and then I can build to there, and then down to there. Right, okay, so that's the priority setting I was looking for. Now we should see some concrete coming along here soon. If we don't, then I've screwed up the belt somewhere and left a gap in it. I'm not sufficiently trusting of my... probably more likely, all the way at the other end, I've forgotten to set the inserter to be an exerter. That seems quite likely. Especially as I haven't seen any yet, and any concrete yet, and I did take a while putting all of this together. I think I probably left the inserter as an inserter rather than an exerter. Zoom. Zoom. Yeah, I'm not sure I even trust at this point. Oh, no, that's not a gap. That's a gap in the one that isn't actually being used, so that's fine. Yeah, we'd have got... I suppose I did use yellow belts for quite a lot of it, but no, we'd have got some concrete this far along the belt by now, if with all the sort of the faffing around and building up and fiddling with things I've been doing. So this is I've definitely screwed up somewhere along here. However, I'm nearly back. Here's the corner where it goes dips underground. Ow! Smack my head on a pylon, and then down this tunnel. Very nearly there now. Around here, and yeah, it's an inserter rather than an exerter. Boop. And off it goes. Right. Okay, I think I was watching the belt as I flew along it. I'm happy with that. I'm not going to go all the way back. I will keep an eye on this, and next time I'm around and check to make sure that this belt is actually moving. And if it stops, then I'll go, oh dear, something's wrong, and go and investigate it. But I'm pretty sure it's going to be all right. So there we go. That's 3 belts of copper, and they're actually not running. They're not running solidly, so we've probably got about enough copper now. A load of concrete going in. Now this is running in at a solid green belt at the moment. That's going to calm down a bit once we've churned through all of the slag, I suspect. But it seems to be basically working. Oh yes, and an additional green belt of copper going off to be made into green circuits. So we've got get a nice supply of those up and running. Let's go and check out the blast furnace. Is it a happy bunny? Not as happy as I was hoping, to be honest. It seems to be 30% full. We've taken out all of the molten copper from it. So does that mean these guys are going to all churn to a stop fairly soon? And it's still filling up, so it's getting that's probably just whatever's in the pipe. The pipe is still full. I don't know. I don't really know how to read these blast furnaces, but it does claim to... Oh, there's a load in it again now. I think we probably need a bit more copper ore going in there. But I think that, and also sort of going over and checking the rest of the system out very carefully, is going to be a job for next week, because it is now midnight, it is my bedtime, so yeah, I'm going to escape. So thank you very much for watching, I hope you've enjoyed it. This stream today has basically been Laurence gets the blasted furnace up and running, because and deals with all of the copper shortages and just trying to get everything coming together and working nicely, which I feel is now... This is taken quite a lot of work, but the system is running and is doing what I want, and I feel like I fixed most of the things I broke in the attempt to get it up and working. I just need to find a way of getting more copper ore into this system in order to produce the copper that we need. I think part of the problem is that I think we just use more copper than we use iron, and so this is having to work a lot harder. Hence, already having put in the second bank of what's names over there to turn the to deal with the to make more copper rods. So maybe at some point I'm going to need to put in a second one of these over here and get even more copper ore and maybe and whatever coming out of the ground here, and just run this even faster. We shall see. It may be that we're just filling up buffers, and if I leave it for a little while, it'll settle down and things will start working. Especially if I just chuck a bit more. Especially if I just chuck more copper ore into the inputs for this. Maybe I'll have a look through that next time anyway. But this is all working quite nicely now. I'm happy with the state it's in, even if it's not quite there yet. So there will be videos coming out tomorrow and Friday. I'm struggling a little bit to keep everything up to date and have enough videos being made. But there's certainly one for tomorrow, and there'll hopefully be one for Friday as well by that point. And if you're not a supporter, then there'll be videos anyway, because you get last week's supporter videos. I'll be back on Monday with the rest of the gang to play some more Factorio Planetary Pioneers, and of course back again this same time next week for some more Foundry, I think. Or was it the... No, I won't, because that's Christmas Day. Okay, there will not be a stream next week. There will not be a stream next week on Christmas Day, because that would be a bit much. But I'll be back the week after. Yes, I'll probably be a bit hungover, but I'll be back the week after for a New Year's Day stream. Anything else to report? That's terrifying that Christmas is somehow only a week off. Jeez. Anyway, yes, but I shall not be streaming on Christmas Day. What else is going on? So yeah, that's all the things happening on the channel. I will go. If you're watching on Twitch, please stick around for a couple of minutes, because I will go and find somebody to raid. See if we can pick up someone who's playing Foundry. You never know. In fact, let's start looking into that straight away, because it always takes a minute or two to find somebody playing things on Twitch that I want to go and investigate. So Foundry. Yes, that one, that Foundry. I think that's about everything I have to tell you about. It's all the things that are going on the channel. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream, and I'll see you on Monday. Bye-bye. Well, for certain limited values of bye-bye. Right, so nobody is playing Foundry. That's very disappointing. Is there anyone I'm following playing anything good? We've got some Noita and some Enshroud. I think I followed Enshroud. Let's investigate this one. Ooh, 44 people watching. That's quite a lot. Let's go and see what's going on over here. Did I connect the power to the fracking tower on the copper? No, I didn't. Thank you, Regular. You're absolutely right. I did not do that. I shall have to do that first thing at the beginning of the next stream in 2 weeks' time. Oh dear. I'll write it down somewhere and hopefully remember. Right. Okay, let's go off and get this raid done anyway. See you all next time.